We add the milk to the tea. There's so much music going on for me right now. Hang on. let me fix this. Erp. Okay. Gameplay. Game capture. That's going to be Book of Hours, which is not showing up. Awesome. It is now showing up. Book of Hours. Book of Hours. All right. Yeah. Give me 1 second to put the milk away, and we'll get started. We'll get started. All right. So we did play through the very first few minutes of this last time. I don't know what my energy levels are going to be to play this game, so we might play this for a couple of hours. But it's quite taxing vocally because there's a lot of text to read. I probably won't read out repeat text very often. As a result. So if you don't hear me read something out, it's because we've read it before. But I'll read through everything at the top of this game. All right. Let's get underway with a new game. What is most fitting? Brankrug, March 7th, 1936. There has been no librarian at Hush House. Since the fire, 7 years now. Suitable candidates are very difficult to find, but perhaps we have found one in you. Take care on your journey. The seas around Brankrug are treacherous. You got a couple of different empty little slots down here. Skills and languages, sundries. We've got elements of the soul. And memories and lessons. I've already paused the game. You can change the speed at which the game progresses. And we'll just save this here. I'm gonna go with this one. You actually change the music. Huh, that's fun. Okay, we got one music track available right now. The cold comes first. Thunder growling, waves pounding, and finally me, sprawled on the sodden sand of the beach. There's something in my hand. This is our health. This is one of the stats that we have. Currently we are half drowned. Our health is failing. Find somewhere to warm up. We have a memory of a storm. There are storms great enough to shake the moon from the sky, and one's thoughts from one's skull. And a drowned book. The one possession I kept from the shipwreck. It must be important to me. We only have one action tile at the moment, which is remember. We can drag things into the remember slot in order to figure out what to do next. What is refill? Huh, interesting. That is interesting. I'm soaked, I'm freezing, but as far as I can tell, I'm still alive. You still have some health, don't lose it. You need it if you want to be alive. What else do you have? Your single remaining possession is in a belongings slot at the top. I remember. The book's in bad shape and I'm not much better. We're both in need of a warm, dry, safe place and soon. I remember there was a storm. It smashed the ship like an egg, but I seized the book as the sea seized me. Then the sea brought me here to Brankrug. Now, there's many powers and forms and aspects being invoked on these cards, and we can read through them all at some point, but I might save it until it's a bit more relevant to what we're doing. There was a storm. And Brankrug is where I wanted to be, but it's hard to remember why. What else did I lose in the storm? A memory of Kor, of Fet, of Shapt. Shaped is eloquence and also understanding. The door opens both ways. Is my soul open to knowledge? Fet is the part of us which dreams. Are dreams important to me? Core, exuberance, instinct, rhythm. Do these mean something to me? Let's go with instinct. I can't remember if that's what we did last time or not. But we're going to salvage our Thor. Our core, I should say. I like to think of it as core, as in chorus. The human soul has 9 parts. Exuberance, enthusiasm, instinct all rise from the part of the soul that we call core. Is my core strong? This is the coast where Brankrug Isle lies. It wasn't easy to come here, but I don't give up easily. Even so, I know there's no way I can cross to the isle in these seas. I'll need to find shelter for the night. What else do I have left to work with? Whist, the name, the memory, the part which remains. Is it important to me that things endure? Frost is sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gifts. Is my soul a bright soul? Metal is the capacity for meaningful choice. Did I prove my metal? Arab is pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. Do these passions burn in me? We're going to go with metal. My strength of character. Metal is the soul's tempering, will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes the right choice. Choose a strong metal and a past where you made mistakes. Let me change the Twitch category. Whoops. I'm so good at this. I'm so good at my job. I just glanced over to see the it was still Chris and Pierce's No Good Very Bad Day. Ripsh. Perhaps I can atone for all that I've done, but what was that exactly? First things first, I remember there's someone in the village who'll give me sanctuary if I can get there. Mysteries have been added to your journal. You can begin to investigate them when you and your journal are both dry. An old friend's address. Denzel is the blacksmith of Brankrug village. I remember him from the war. If he remembers me, I can find shelter beneath his roof once I've reached Brankrug village. We now have the ability to consider. Now, in these games, whenever you click an empty slot, it will highlight the things that you are able to put into that slot. We can now consider the journal, although it says we should dry it out before trying to read it, so we may not be able to open it just yet. Also, hi Nightshade. Just in case I didn't say hello properly before. I can't glean anything from this book until I've dried it out. We need to find somewhere warmer, much warmer. Well, there's not much we can do in that case, because the book is the only thing that will go here. But, in 3 seconds, shelter will be open. Brankrug village must be nearby. But it's hard going, dragging my soaked body across the soaked sand in the teeth of this wind. Which way? A memory of fear. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear. And the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Above me, atop the cliffs, lies Brankrug village. I'll never reach it in the storm, but if I can only muster my remaining strength to find help. We can use our core. Is there something in the wind? My instinct tells me it might be this way, and without a map, instinct is as good a compass as any. The cliffs grow dark against the ragged stars, and then at last, I see the light of a hurricane lamp bobbing in the dark. As it approaches, a face glimmers above the lamp. A fisherman from Brankrug village. He can guide me up the cliff path if he trusts me. And when we move his card, it highlights the speak button. Come no closer. What's thy business? We can ask him about Denzel. He's someone that'll speak for thee. Of course, since 1930 and the Restoration, the locals have grown ever more suspicious of foreigners. But there is someone in Brankrug I know. We'll ask him about Denzel, the blacksmith. I'll take you by the cliffs then. This gentleman is no longer skeptical. You may use him to unlock Brankrug village. A sanctuary in the storm. I'll need help to climb the cliffs in the dark, and the locals are suspicious of outsiders. More than ever since the Restoration and the new king. Oh, we ask him to guide our way. Whoopsie daisy. We are now in Brankrug village. The smithy. Denzel Smith has more work than he needs and rarely opens his door to strangers. You'll need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with edge, forge, or heart. Someone in a similar trade, or someone who can appeal to his secret passion for saffron cake. So we have edge, forge, and heart mentioned here, which actually are highlighted here because they're mentioned, so their tags are on this card. And we see edge, forge, and heart, respectively. We can learn about those through our metal. Edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. Makes sense, we used to be a soldier. At least that's what we've been told. A forge. Fire, I once read, is the winter that warms and the spring that consumes. The principle of the forge transforms and destroys. And heart. Well, our health will have heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand, the principle that continues and preserves. Denzel looms in the fire-bright doorway. The storm wind plucks at you both. Denzel looms. You? Here? How? Denzel only has the one bed, but he can offer me a straw mattress in the smithy. It's smoky, but the warmth is very welcome. Sounds like the storm is passing. Denzel pauses at the door as I wish him good night. Son'll be back, he observes. Always do. Used to say that in the war, didn't we? The words linger as he clumps up the passage. The lamp flame flickers red, gold, red. A memory revelation. Some truths come to us from outside or from above. Our health is now recovered. Health, the dwelling place of the soul. The ninth of the 9 parts of the soul. The only one that can be touched. Denzel Smith, strong as oak, blackened by smoke. He will never surpass his father, and he is no longer a soldier, but he still has his craft. Our health allows us to speak with Denzel, as does our metal. Denzel will offer help for free as a friend. If you give him occult coinage, he will perform the service of division. We've got no clue what that is yet. And then we have the various buildings available to us in Brancrag Village. A mist-cloaked bridge. Every so often, someone builds a bridge to the Isle. Each bridge lasts 100 years, or 200. Then the sea disposes of it. This was built in the 1890s, and that makes it the newest bridge, but that doesn't mean it's new. Hush House has been empty for 7 years. Those 7 years have rendered this bridge perilous. We require assistance to cross the bridge. We currently do not have the assistance to cross the bridge. We might be able to get Denzel to help us with that. The Sweet Bones. After the restoration of 1930, the new king's agents came looking for his enemies in these parts, and they weren't gentle about it. Since those days, the locals are suspicious of foreigners. No one in the Sweet Bones will talk to me. I'm not going away. They don't have to like me. Interesting. We could use our core or our metal, but at the moment our core is fatigued. Mr. and Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. In these troubled times, both are wary of strangers. We need a suitably marked introduction for these people to even pay attention to us. I need a mutual acquaintance to introduce me to the Kills, someone of stature or someone who shares their interests. Nothing will highlight to help us there. The Rectory. Reverend Timothy is a hospitable soul, but Terence, his housekeeper, guards her employer fiercely. She does not want his innocent theological enthusiasms getting him in trouble with the new king's men. You need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with lantern, knock, or sky. Perhaps someone who shares his interests in theology or poetry. Grail. Hunger, lust, and the drowning waters. The principle of the Grail honors both the birth and the feast. Lantern. Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the House of the Sun, and of the light above it. Moon. Secrets are soft, and night is softer still. The sea speaks. It is not always wise to listen. The Nocturnal. The Forgotten. Sky. Wind, storm, echo, and song. The intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, of harmony, and necessity. Winter. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. And the post office. The postmistress may have something for me, once I know what to ask for. There does not appear to be anything of use there. Can we inspect our book? I should dry this book out before trying to read it. We'll use our metal to speak with Denzel. I'll use our health, actually. He'll offer help for free as a friend. Denzel rarely works for free, but he won't take payment for helping a friend. We can ask him about the book. Dry out a book. Denzel watches with grave interest as I dry the book in the warmth of his forge fire. He provides wads of cotton to put between the pages, but otherwise he keeps his distance. He is wary of the written word. I am beginning to suspect he cannot read. I do not expect he will ever tell me. A mottled book. The cover is unusual. Horn, bakelite, chitin. I should be able to remember. The soul's labors. Some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. We may use our metal to read the book. My journal. The smooth, mottled cover is familiar, but the storm so scattered my thoughts. We can speed up time slowly, slightly. My journal, I'm sure of it. The storm scattered my thoughts, but each page I turn is familiar. I begin to recall now why I came here. To make amends. More about your origin and your aspirations in your journal. You can now also access the Tree of Wisdoms from the top of the screen. I laid so many of those uncanny things to rest. I thought it was right. I fear now it was not. I am the librarian of Hush House, and here I will ensure they will be remembered. The executioner's dearest wish, when they came to the house, was to record a new history which will atone for their crimes. But you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Preservation Wisdom. And that's what our title is, The Executioner. Mystery Edge. Memories, The Executioner. Oh, we worked for the Suppression Bureau. I was employed by the Suppression Bureau to preserve the daylight world by destroying those things that walk in the night. For years I was faithful to that duty, but sometimes the things I hunted wept when I slew them. And so at last I set aside my knives and came here, where I can do no more harm. Perhaps I can even make amends. I began before this book, but it'll end when I do. You got a second health card. The postmistress regards me with the chilly gaze of a goddess image in an ancient hill shrine. The librarian, she says. Yes, I have something for you. Wait here, please. The civil engineer enthusiast in me questions the wire layout. She returns with an envelope addressed to the librarian, Hush House, Brancrug Isle, postmarked in Wales a week ago. A letter to the librarian, a letter to me from St. Ronman's Trust. The Trust's connection with Hush House is probably benevolent, but persistently obscure. A 10-shilling note. Half a pound, but not half a note. A recent innovation. 120 pence. The eccentric currency of a fallen empire. 1 penny is 4 farthings, 12 pence are 1 shilling, and so on. The postmistress keeps the gate to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brancrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. We can ask her to break a 10-shilling note. Sure, we'll break our money, our 10-shilling note that we got. Night has fallen. Dawn will come soon. 10 shillings discarnated into lesser coins. 5 shillings, 1/4 of a pound. A half crown, 2.5 shillings, obviously. A florin, a shilling per side. And a sixpence. The silver coin of least value, but silver, nonetheless. We can actually offer her this money again. She can keep breaking it down for us. She'll break larger currency into change, but don't tempt her anger with so mean and small a coin as this. Understood. Unsociable hours. The smithy is dark. Denzel Valley's asleep. I should return after dawn. Well, we sleep through the night in that case. However, we do have this button to press. The Tree of Wisdoms. Scholars and adepts recognize 9 wisdoms, though they disagree where one wisdom ends and another begins. Something for me to think about. We can place our book into the first slot here. The roots of memory. There are always choices, and so there are always regrets. Unlock the tree and gain a tryst card. Another part of the human soul. The change and the longing. exploring the tree. Every skill could belong to one of two wisdoms. Decide which by assigning it here. This will grow your understanding of the wisdom and reward you with an element of the soul card. We don't have anything else that we can slot into any of these. But this is the wheel of different kinds of magic and understanding of aspects, basically. We have Edge, which is the one that our character hails from. That overlaps with Forge, which is also another one of our aspects. Because we're sort of divided between core and metal. They're sort of our two most important ones. Which is metal is Edge and Forge. And core is Grail and Heart, which is actually the opposite side now I think about it. Hora Macastry, which if I'm understanding the language and display here, this is Machinery of Time. Ithistry. I actually don't know that word. Why, pertale, perchance, would you have your character Edge? They have the aspect of Edge, which is to say that they come from a violent background. Well, there's nothing to be done until dawn. And as the dawn comes, we lose our memories and lessons, but we gain aspects of our soul back. It's sunny today. The sun is not what it was, but today he is smiling. Well, that's nice. We need someone to help us break down the miscloaked bridge, or repair it, rather. He won't accept money from us. We can read the letter that was written to us. Read a letter, a message for me. Read the letter. To reply instead, add ink at a desk. Noted. I finished reading. St. Ronman's Trust wishes to congratulate me on my appointment as librarian of Hush House. The trust assures me that it will provide the promised stipend at each spring. Stipend is the word, but reminds me that its resources are limited, and suggests I seek local assistance in restoring the premises. Let us know when you're all set up and ready to receive visitors, the letter concludes. It's signed simply, The Trustees. So I've been given this job. Oh no, Flick a streaming book of hours. The Sweet Bones. We're gonna try to persuade our way in with Core. I've learned that honest enthusiasm is a solvent for surliness. We're gonna try and charm our way into this tavern. Eventually, the other patrons unbend enough to let me buy them a pint, and let me listen to them complain about the weather. I'll find a warmer welcome here next time. A memory of solace. The Sweet Bones has been the public house on Brankrug since Cromwell's time. Its history is notable, its beer is not. Guests looking for discreet employment or for discreet assistance congregate in the snug. Fixing and mending. Oh, I can actually do a job, or I can add a coin to find visitors seeking employment. That might be one of the only ways that we can get someone to help us repair the bridge. Yeah, we need assistance, so we need to hire someone to help us repair the bridge. And we can't wander this without assistance either. So we need assistance to either explore the tidal flats or to repair the bridge. We can put a coin on offer. 1 shilling, 12 pence. We'll hire casual laborer's services. This is only 6, so I need a... I actually need this florin to be broken down then. For the record, everyone, I had a front row seat of playing this to completion and seeing the descend real time into occult madness, so they would grab me with the call and yell, "Do you understand? With the Matic energy, the lost survivor of an expedition to Roch." Yeah, that was a couple years ago, I think. I genuinely can't remember anything about this game. Like, I understand, I remember like the mechanics and like how to play it, but I can't remember anything I learned, like lore-wise. So it was 4 years ago? Yeah, that makes sense. A threepence, or a threepence, or a threepenny bit. Like 2 pence, but more so. A shilling. Yeah, the shilling is what we want to use. Alright, so we go here. We offer a shilling. Assistance from a miner. In spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. Miners offer scale, I think that is. Forge and a little moon. Alternatively, add a soul card to find rare guests who might be seeking employment. Seek unusual help. No, I don't think we need unusual help. I think we just need... I think the miner will actually do fine. And there's a bird you can milk for eggs. I said that wrong. A miner's assistance. Thus, they more or less ruled themselves with the help of their wild Celtic temperament, made wilder by the hardness of their lives and the truly ghastly conditions in which they worked. With all this, it is not to be wondered that the tinners acquired the reputation of being scarcely human. But it must be remembered that among them at all times were those whose characters could stand a comparison with the best of them. And we can use them to help us repair the bridge. The Cucurbit Bridge. Hush House has been many things over the centuries, including, in the nocturnal period of 1896 to 1929, a jail. No one remembers that period fondly, but at least it meant Nocturnal Branch paid for a new bridge. A lodge at the gate. A cottage where Hush House's groundskeeper lived until the fire. If I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. We need Forge in aspect of 2. Heart or Knock. We need assistance. Okay. So we need to hire another person. What can we get for... Oh, another shilling. A miner's offer scale and a little moon. Okay, that's not going to help us. Yeah, so a penny's not enough. We need someone other than a miner, basically. So we'll try to use... I guess we could use metal in the hopes that it's someone with more forge, or we could use core to try and find someone with an aspect of 1 heart or 1 knock. 1 point of heart is enough. So let's try core, I suppose. Visitors might be passing through. Find out what unusual passerby might be looking for employment. Alright. Is there anything that Denzel will help me with? I can use health to... what? Speak with him. Assistance on a topic. I have nothing to ask of him. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, he's willing to help. Okay, alright. He'll lend me his strength for the day. Okay, well, whoops. Okay. Denzel, are you willing to help me restore the lodge at the gate? He is. Okay. Well, whoever we hire, I hope they can help us with something else then. What does cucurbit mean? I feel like that's a measurement. It's a plant. Huh. You're thinking of cubits. I am, actually, yeah. Flick, let's build the ark. What do you mean? Here's an opportunity. Passing by a surrealist painter. A painter has come to Cornwall for the famous light of the region's afternoons. We're in Cornwall, aren't we? We're on an island off the coast of Cornwall. The surrealist painter provides grail, moth, and... I don't know what that one is. She gave me my shilling back. Oh no, she only took... Wait. Hire a visitor. If I meet their price, I can hire them for a day. Talk to her before she leaves. Oh, I haven't paid her yet. I see. And she requires 24. That's why. Okay. Well, if we can use her before... What is up? Cancer's up. Mental illness is up. Okay. We've unlocked the first part of Hush House. One second while I alt-tab. Okay, alright. I was given DLC for this game. I was just making sure that's actually true. And here's where we're gonna live now. This is us, guys. I don't like that the zoom is like so all or nothing. All right, well, here's our new abode. We've got a bed, which is nice. Stout, rustic, snug. Use a matching soul card to move your belongings in and make this place your bed, or place a matching visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. Make this bed my lodgings for the time being. A basket of clean linen. Beautiful. Dandelion wine, homemade flower wine. For 500 years, in the times that we call baronial curia nocturnal. In the times we call baronial curia nocturnal, there was always a keeper to watch the ways, weed the gardens, mend the roof when the sun was shining. There is no keeper now, but the lodge's roof still weathers the storms of Brankrug Bay. That flashback reminds me of you spending a solid 30 minutes just organizing books. You didn't even do mechanics, you just fucking reinvented the Dewey Decimal System. Tea. Tea from the land of a real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero. C&H second flush Assam. A straw cushion chair. Dawn Lion coffee. Coffee from beyond the greatest deserts. Shadowless silk. A variant of the Persian silk tree, golden as the shadowless kings. A honey scar scented candle. A candle scented with honey scar jasmine. And a key. Hush house key. Heavy enough that it takes both hands to turn. Heavy enough to brain someone, though you'd need both hands for that too. And that belongs to us now. The great gate of the house. The walls of the house tower above me. I'd been told it was abandoned after a fire, but there's no sign of any such thing. The building will no doubt need restoration, but it's in better shape than I'd feared. Books are the memory that does not die, reads the inscription above the gate. And we have our first books. Traveling at Night, volumes 1 and 2. The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Illapolly. Of Christopher Illapolly, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. Mystery, knock. Greater challenges require stronger skills. So we can try and read this book. We can also carry it with us. We'll take these 2 books with us. Why not? The Soul's Labors. Some books are to be tasted, others swallowed. We don't have any skills. And we barely have a memory. In order to read this book, we're going to have to muster up the aspect of knock in the 4th degree. Speaking of bed, I'll be going officially into lurk mode as I inevitably will pass out soon. No probs. Thank you, Mary Mock. I appreciate you. We'll be doing the subathon tomorrow if you want to swing by. We don't have the aspect of knock on any of our cards. And we have no skills to speak of. We could use memories, but none of these appear to be of the right aspect. So... we'd have to find a... It's possible that making some of this tea and drinking it might give us an aspect of knock. We could try. I actually don't remember how to brew tea. Pillis oat bread. Gritty bread made with the hardy ancient oats that grow at Land's End. We also have these other books. We could try and read one of these. Or open it, rather. Sure, let's just open these books. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are almost never contaminated. Okay, I did not recall contamination being a problem, but okay. Yes, I'll definitely join. We'll also be starting a little earlier. We'll be starting pretty early in the evening and going for possibly up to 12 hours. I think that's sort of where I'll loosely cap it. How do I brew tea? Oh, in the fireplace. That would make sense. No, I don't want to renounce the thing. Renounce or brew. Add a soul card to brew it instead of destroying it. Brew over the fire. Bring water to a boil. Permit the potential here to express itself. Brewing a cup of tea in-game while I drink my cup of tea in the real world. Okay, we opened the packaging of one of these books. I now have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. An investigation of a foundered country. Subtitled, Recordings from the Atlantic Coast. Well, this doesn't help us, because it's a recording. It's a wax cylinder by the looks of things. And we don't know how to listen to that. We don't have the tools. So I guess we're just hanging out here. But we've used the key to open the Great Gate. And we've opened our first room. Watchman's Tower Gatehouse. Back in the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect St. Brandon's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf strengthened the gate against their many enemies. But it's a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress. By the time the Scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors to the house, too minor to merit immediate attention. She's looking at me. Serena Blackwood. This bust is carved from alabaster. Yeth-hound horns. In times past, the Yeth pursued the impious and impure across the moors of this country. Hendrik de Wolf never liked them. De Wolf, I think that's a name we're going to hear a lot. Lingering repose, upholstered in a velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. Red deer antlers. Not quite hair, not quite teeth, but proof that someone killed something. The tattered outlaw. Thurza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, liked painting donkeys. No one else liked her donkey paintings, but Thurza never much cared what other people liked. A treasury of shelters. It's like an armory for not getting pneumonia. Upholstered in a velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. Sit down a while. You've earned it. Raveline Summer. a dry spell in a still place, and a vase of gorse, as Cornish a plant as any. Well, the cloistered garden. I can make it a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space. We need aspects of lantern and nectar. That is not what the painter is good for. Gatehouse stairs. The stairs to the room above are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore the place. Well, forge. So Denzel will be able to help us with that one at least. Though I don't think he'll be willing to help us tonight, as it is quite late. As time passes, we can brew this cup of tea. Steam and scent both rise. It's ready. A pot of second flush Assam. Tea from the land of the real unicorn. We'll pour a cup. It has an aspect of 1 knock. That is not enough. But okay. And we are completely exhausted, so we have nothing left to tap into here. This is a safe place for me now, to the extent that dreams are safe. Well, we're gonna have to wait until dawn. Interesting. Wash basket. Rest. Restore a fatigued soul card. Right, okay. I can use the laundry basket to restore an aspect? Interesting. And as morning comes, looks like the painter left. Unfortunate, but that's okay. We didn't pay for anything, so we're good. Well, we should probably talk to Denzel. We'll use a health, seeing as we have 2 of those at least. There's no topic that we can talk to him about, but we can just ask him to help us clear the gatehouse stairs, so we can see what's up there. It is raining today. That's an aspect of nectar. We might be able to... If we can find someone... Wait, is that how it works? Can I invoke it for the unlocking? I'm not sure if that works that way. But while we're here, we'll open these other books here. This is Curia. We'll use our Trist, which is the change in the longing. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly 1700s to 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about it. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Well, I'm gonna bet on that. Well, we can't read... Can we read the second one, maybe? I hadn't thought about that. They might have slightly different aspects. Oh, that requires sky. An aspect of sky 6. That's not happening. Are we, Denzel? Alright. Denzel's willing to help us out. Denzel, will you mind helping us clear these stairs? Thank you. Thank you, Denzel. Wonder what we can learn from this book. Advice on containment. Thurza Blake discusses ways to keep wood things out of trouble and mansus things in it. Tally price. It's worth 2 spintriae, which is the occult currency of the world. This requires an aspect of 4 knock to read, which is The subject of glass blowing and vessel crafting. We are all vessels. Let us contain only what will grace us when the light shines through. In the 18th century, a secretive cabal of scholars established the Curia of the Isle to manage House, making it a haven of knowledge until 1896 when a disgraced librarian brought the house to penury. Okay, well that's another knock mystery that we can't get through. What's in this final book here? We'll use core for it because it looks like it might be an aspect of the heart. Baronial. This was written in the time of the baronial period, 1500s to 1700s. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Seems fair. This probably has an aspect of... No, this is forge. Okay. Well, we can try and find someone with nectar, perhaps. Oh, a tuppence will buy me a hearty meal in a quiet place. Okay, so we can use it to restore a card without waiting for the next day. Put the shilling up. We'll get it back because they'll cost more than that for sure. But we'll see if we can find someone with a useful aspect to us. While we unwrap this last book. We can't read any of these books yet. They're just too complicated for our feeble minds. Oh my god. Opus Magnum Ceruleum. Ambrose Westcott used to render the title of this venerable and anonymous work mockingly as The Big Blue Business. A kinder translation would be The Great Work in Azure. It's written in pyroglyphics. One script that all the world must read, even the blind, and it is written in flames. Matters of fireworks and their kin, lights, colors, and infernal detonations. A mystery of 14 means that we are not reading this anytime soon. 14 lantern is crazy. We can't even muster 4 knock. Hi Hazel, how are you? Alright, we've unlocked a study. A desk called Ava. A magnificent 18th century secretary desk commissioned for Lady Ava de Wolf, the last of the Brankrug de Wolfs. Walter de Wolf. This bust is carved from serpentinite, a striking local stone. A quire of paper, creamy smooth, eagerly awaiting ink. We've got more books to look at. Ah, you know, thoughts occurred to me. So I'm pretty sure that we do find, we can find desks that have different aspects to them. So using a different desk for, oh. Wait. Challenges, apprentice level challenges. For basic recipes, provide 5 degrees of the relevant aspect. Interesting. This gets us 2 nectar, 2 grail. Start by adding a soul card. Well, I can't. The mirror scope. Bewildering and occasionally useful. Ugol ink. A variant of iron gall ink, particularly difficult to erase. A minor ink of power. Can we write our letter back? Add ink at the desk. Well, we have ink here. Reply to St. Roman's Trust. Okay, busy day at work. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm just trying to unwind a little bit. I've chosen possibly the wrong game for it, but, you know, this is nice. It's cozy. Okay, we need one of our mental stats to be able to do anything with it. Let's... we need something other than health. Interesting. Okay. I don't think it's worth spending, you know, resources to understand, to restore any of our attributes at present. Oops, I think where did I drop that? I just dropped it outside. No. No, wait. Come back. I'll just arrange the books here. Okay, who can we maybe hire? A passing by musician. Musician is entertaining the patrons at Sweet Bones for pennies. Not very many pennies. You jump at a better paid opportunity. The traveling musician provides Sky. I don't know what that one is. And Nectar assistance. Yes. A shilling for your... No, he needs a half crown. Or a... What's it called? We'll pay him with a half crown. I'll hire this one for the day. Absolutely, I will. Hired. Oh, he's got 4 nectar. I'm just some irritating lying ginger kid from Cornwall. Should have been locked up. Just managed to escape and blagging into music. Rose. The rose which encompasseth all. 9 directions to new horizons. Exploration, enlightenment, hope. Well, what he has for us right now is nectar, which will allow us to open the cloistered garden. Thanks, musician. You the best. What do we need for here? The ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun above knows what state it's in. I should seek help and enter carefully. You can only unlock 1 room at a time. Noted. Noted. That's Grail and Sky. I can't recall if the miners... No, that's Forge, Scale, and Moon. I have to find someone else. Grail and Sky. Well, opening the garden is a good step. We can't open any of these books to take a gander at them, but... The thing about this, though, is that we can study a book at the desk, and it lets us call upon other aspects than just like our base understanding. So, for instance, I could use, maybe not this, but if I used an aspect of my soul and like an appropriate memory and like an appropriate tool, we might be able to get the knock that we need to read some of these. I can make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space. This place is freaking huge. Oh, it's a nice little lighthouse. Whoa. The curio of the isle is long gone. Once it helped preserve a little knowledge and a kind of safety here in Brankrug and establish the position of librarian. Rowena, secretary, persistent of the curia, a complex entity who has long protected Hush House, is both exhausted and compromised. And so it's time for the librarian to return the favor and establish a successor to the curia. Help visitors to pursue their goals and develop their agendas. When you've found 6 suitable candidates inspired by agendas, you can suggest they found an organization that's a worthy successor to the curia of the isle. If you cannot find a suitable secretary persistent, Rowena will continue to serve in that role, even as she continues to wane. Interesting. That's not familiar to me. I think that was added with the DLC. St. Brandon's Cloister. The sisters and brothers of the abbey built these gardens in the 13th century. At the height of the period we now call Solar Gothic. Walk here a while and breathe the peace they left. Wisdom. Did I accidentally pick up a chair? I did. When did I pick up this chair? Hello? Yeah. You know. You know what it's like sometimes when you accidentally pick up a chair. The long tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the isle. Only it helped to restore the room above. A 3 winter and 3 lantern. The first true threshold. I've reached the threshold of the house proper. The librarians of the Curia were scholars of note. Some were potent adepts. From here I should proceed carefully, observing the proper forms, making the appropriate offerings. The villagers and other locals know about the ways of the earth and sea hereabouts. Their assistance will be invaluable. An aspect of 3 knock. Oh, and the walled garden. Iron spikes march along the top of the wall. The gate is rusted shut, but what I can see through the bars is as ruinous as I might expect. An aspect of 4 edge or nectar to get in here. That bodes poorly, frankly. What can I use in the garden? I need some knowledge. I need some kind of gardening skill, I suppose. We might be able to, like, harvest some flowers, perhaps? Pocket chair. You gotta hit him with the rope-a-dope and get him with the pocket chair. There's also the beach, which we haven't explored. That's an aspect of moon or winter. I think a miner could do that, right? Hey, offer a little moon. I don't know if it's enough. We need aspect of 2. In the morning, we can either focus on unwrapping some books to see what we're working with here, or we can focus on trying to hire people to open some more of these rooms. The Watchman's Tower. Yeah, getting this chunk here open feels like a good start before we start, like, really delving into the books. We might need to read through Traveling at Night and Advice and Containment to even, like, get enough, like, knock lore to be able to open the threshold. And God knows, I've got no clue how to deal with any of this. I think we need to learn lore from books that'll then let us put cards into these slots. I think that's right. Wait until sunrise. We'll sleep in our guest house out the front, the gardener's house. It is daybreak. What weather is brought about today? Let us find out. Clouds. In this country, the sky is rarely clear. The sun goes courteously cloaked. Let's use our metal. I wonder if our aspect we invoke has anything to do with the aspects of the help that we find. Because if that's true, then we should try to invoke Lantern or Winter if we can. Which is not our specialty, it seems. Okay, well, this one is maybe Wash, but Grail and Sky. We could maybe use our core to find someone with Grail. If that's how it indeed works. Seek unusual help. And Denzel offers Heart, Forge, and Edge. Won't help us there. It might help us a little bit here. How much edge does he have? Let's talk to him. He helps us for free, so there's no real downside to it. Can you feel the madness creeping in yet, guys? Is it happening? He might be the guy to help us get in there. He has an aspect of 2 edge. So if we... Now, how does this work? Collaborate. Work alongside them or provide something they can use. This assistant can also make use of metals. Ah. Okay. So he's not enough by himself. But maybe we can empower him by giving him... If we give him our metal, that'll give him like 1 point of edge, correct? So if we can get 1 more point of edge from somewhere else, such as by giving him the cup of tea, I don't know if it'll work that way. He might need more than... Well, let's find out. I'm gonna... Inspiration and Determination boosts Forge and Edge. So that'll bring his Edge to 3 and his Forge to 4, which is good and all, but it's not enough. Can you help me read a book? Is that... No, it doesn't seem to be. I don't think we can use this yet. Sky and Grail. Lantern, Winter. Yeah, 4 edge is kind of out of our reach. We can get his edge to 3. But I don't have anything else to offer him. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on. Yeah, fair enough. What do I need? An introduction. That's the only way these guys are going to talk to me. Because everyone else has different aspects here. These other places. What can I do with this? We can study our book, right? With our metal, perhaps? Edge. A conquest. Ah. Oh, okay. We can... With 1 point of edge, we can actually... We can inspect our journal. Okay, that's new. That's something. Wonder who we can hire. If it's a person with an aspect of 3, Lantern, Winter, Grail, or Sky, or an aspect of 4, an Edge or Nectar, that gets us where we need to go. I don't know about the threshold, though. I don't know how likely we are to find someone with Rose or Knock, but we'll see. Actually, I think the painter might have had Rose. A fugitive. Someone's taken a room upstairs for the night. He hasn't shown his face, but the village is abuzz with gossip. The fugitive provides scale, edge, and heart assistance. We're gonna hire him, I think. The skulking fugitive. Hey, buddy. I'll hire you for the day. Now, Winter. He can either get us into the long tower on the first floor, or he can get us into the walled garden, maybe. Oh, wait, he doesn't have Winter, my bad. It's just because his portrait is white. I thought it would be Winter. Hold your noise, called a terrible voice as a man started up from among the graves at the side of the church porch. A fearful man, all in coarse grey, with great iron on his leg. A man with no hat, with broken shoes, with an old rag tied around his head. He does not have Winter. He has scale, heart, and edge in pretty good quantities. But that means we can open the walled garden with him. There's not much else we can do at this time. So we might unwrap one of these books with our tryst. Catalog a Curia period book. We shall indeed. Flick assuming a white boy is snow. No, I assumed it was winter. Can a white boy get a little edge around here? Damn. Aspect of 2 forge. So we could boost Denzel's forge to 4 pretty easily. The Chandler's Wish. Could I be any more esoteric? Formulae and instructions invoking moth, lantern, and exceptionally paradoxically, the liminal and theoretical hour called the Chandler. The author is anonymous, admitting only that they are one who is not yet nameless. Interesting. So I think what this is saying is that we can actually make an artifact here if we invoke an aspect of 5. I think that's what it's trying to say. Alright, we don't have the stats to unwrap any of these books. Let's just carry them with us for now. We'll shuffle these books into here. These books are... We're never going to get these open. But it's double duty lantern. These books are going to be mysteries for quite a while. Why is Sawyer your white boy of choice? Why wouldn't he be? What do you mean? Why shouldn't he be? Now for our call, it was the miner is scale forge and a little moon. A little moon? Do we have anything that gives it moon aspect? Because we could get a miner to help us and then give them like one boop to get them up to the right amount of moon. I guess we should keep this with the rest of the gubbins. Damn it. Alright. A little bit of moon, perchance? A little bit of moon, gang? This is lantern. 1 elemental lantern. A little bit of nectar, too. Okay. Good to know. Let us see, let us see. The Practic Garden. In the early days of St. Brandon's Abbey, the brothers practiced the arts of war here. So it was that in baronial times the garden became a favorite of the martial, quarrelsome dwarfs. Practice garden dummy. Evolve via illumination. I could use illumination with this to evolve my soul. Evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to the illumination wisdom, you can use that skill with this to combine 2 identical soul cards into a greater one, but you must use a skill you've attuned to that wisdom and that achievement will only work once. Awesome. I track all that. Since the Napoleonic War, he's been punched, thumped, stabbed, and shot by amateurs, by professionals, and by tipsy guests after dinner. No wonder he looks so cross. Alright. Brian. Garden. I have no knowledge. I have no knowledge, I have no skills. I have no knowledge, I have no skills. I have nothing functional to add. I am a mess. There's nothing else to interact with in here, it seems. We don't have any skills with which to like gather plants or anything, it seems. A tangle of thorns requires 4 grail or 4 nectar. I don't know where we're gonna get rose or knock from. Lantern, winter, grail, and sky. God, that sounds like a deranged poem. When do we get... Postmistress? Postmistress? Grail and sky, I feel like I could almost achieve that with like one thing. Like added to his aspect. To Denzel's aspect, I should say. Nope, we're kind of stuck here. We don't have the energy to Oh, Edge, a conquest. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. Lessons, surgeries, and exsanguinations. I've gained more understanding of surgeries and exsanguinations. Use this card with consider. Oh, and 3 lessons of sickle and eclipse. Good. Good. Yes, indeed. Okay. Alright, the madness has begun. The madness has begun in full swing. The next page. I could add something to this journal if I could lay my hands on suitable ink. We've got 1 ink. And to think you're gonna like 1/25 of the way through. That feels right. Use this card with consider. Use this lesson to acquire a new skill. I will do. This doesn't work. I see. Okay. I can't remember how... I don't remember anything about this game. Like, it's funny because when I play Colder Simulator, that one's so much easier for me to pick back up. But this is different. Another leaf from the Tree of Wisdoms. Sickle and eclipse, salt and silver, balance, necessity and rebuke. Nyctodrummy. Traveling at night is neither faster nor safer. That's why we do it. Knowledge of the ways and byways of the transmundane. Preservation, healing, and restoration. An unglamorous wisdom, at least to those who never wonder how the world still exists. I think I need metal to use this appropriately. But we should be able to commit this skill now, right? In one of 2 directions. Towards preservation or towards... Nyctodrummy, right. Okay. What does this get us? This would get us shaped. Eloquence and understanding. Okay. Alternatively, this would get us core, instinct, and rhythm. It's probably more useful for us to get one of the stats that we don't have yet, frankly. Yeah, we'll assign it here. Sickle and Eclipse, along Eloquence and Understanding. I mean, I do like the theming of it being tied to preservation, but that's fine. Shaped. Okay. I think it's because after a while you don't actually absorb the knowledge, you just allow it to flow into you as pure intuition. You aren't studying, you are becoming. it's a very fitting, a very fitting turn of phrase for everything that's just happened. Acquire surgeries and exsanguinations. Okay, so we are very much lent into our identity as Edge, which I suppose does make sense considering. So we're learning some arts. Surgery entails the flow of blood, and the flow of blood entails purification, but the door also opens the other way. And as we all know, all wounds are doors. Hence why it has an aspect of knock. The keyhole's a bit fucked up. I don't love that. I'm not fully in love with that. What? It needs an effort. I need an element of the soul. Right, so it's my metal that I need. I guess I could try to recover my metal, just in case we lose these memories here. So I could use my health to rest. Is that right? Something restored like a beverage or fresh linen. Oh, okay. So the linen is actually... Restore fatigue soul card. Okay. That might take too long, actually. It might just be daybreak anyway. Whoops. Dusk has fallen. We might just barely make this. I deserve a little quiet time. A basket of dirty laundry. Once washed, it'll be suitable again. Interesting. Let us consider the lessons of Sickle and Eclipse alongside our metal. There's always more to learn. Improve this skill to level 2. This shall increase its aspects, which will help with crafting. Make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. We regrettably have, but having more advanced skill is good. It might give it, well, it actually has an aspect of moon to it. So you might be able to hire a miner to help us explore the beach, and we might be able to collaborate with them using Sickle and Eclipse to boost our moon aspect high enough to explore the beach. We all follow that, right? We all follow that line of logic? we all understood the things I just said? This skill is now level 2, its power aspects have also increased. Right, okay, it has an aspect of 3 edge. Alright, we can't commit it though, because we already have. We, however, have not committed our surgeries. This would get us another core. What would this one get us? This would get us whist. The Watchman's Tree is flowers 3, black, red, and white. Red is life that flows in body's course, and white is the writing at the body's core. Hushery teaches what ends. Flick, I will give you knowledge from one of my books. Give me a number between 1 to 365. How about 113? We shall assign... Interesting. Hushery. Or, what was the other option? Preservation? Let's go with Hushery. This seems backstory relevant. Let me get whist. Alright. So, of the 9 aspects of the soul, we currently have 6 of them. That's good. That's very good. A good place to start. And with these skills at our disposal, what does that mean for us? What does that mean? I think we can open all of these books now, because we have a lot of mental stats to use to open them. We don't have anything of Sky aspect or Grail aspect, I don't think. Oh, we've got 1 Grail with Core. No Sky at all, though. Our Shaped, actually, is 2 Knock, with the principle of 2 Knock. And we have 1 Knock here. So if we had someone that had 1 point of knock... Actually, I think we can do it... no, we'd still need them to have... at least one aspect of knock themselves. 3 lantern, 3 winter, 2 grill, 2 sky. But I think let's try this. Let's get a shilling to get a miner, a regular assistant. He's got 1 aspect of moon. It's a gale. Ooh, okay. That's an aspect of 3 sky and 3 heart. So if there was something of like a reasonable aspect of sky, 3 sky. We don't have any sky though, I don't think, of any of these cards. And these don't tap into sky at all, no. Okay. Talk to the miner. Can we use sickle and he's not down to hear my terrible lore? We can use Trist to collaborate, which will boost his moon to 2. While we're here, we're gonna use we're gonna use Core, or no, we'll use Whist to explore one of these books that we have. Oh wait, we can't consider it because wait, can we? No, we can. Yeah, we'll use Core, no, Whist to catalog this book. Drought burns basins to dust. Light rain is a dew of mockery. Receive without complaint. Work with fate. What's this from? We're gonna take a very short break. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Yo, I bought a book on Taoism. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. Here we are again. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of whist, nothing else. That's nice. Someone's time is up and now they're going home. Did I fuck up? Oh no, I'm talking to the fisherman, that's right. What comes? Neither of us knows yet, but we will. So he now has an aspect of 2 moon, which means he can guide me to the beach. That happened instantly. Cool. We've unlocked the Crow Cross Sands. We can beach come. Needs an aspect of heart, moon, or rose. Well, we actually have that covered. A little bit of something half buried in the sand. Sure, whatever this is. We'll grab it. More stuff? That's helpful. Grail Sky. Okay, so we can add 2 heart to any shebang. That doesn't help us. Doesn't help us right now. This is On the White. As Solomon Husher writes, perhaps allegorically, of winter, and its long, slow, doomed romance with the sun, the epigraph is sunset at noon. Lovely. Well, why don't we just open all these books? I think that's fine. We can actually stack on. We can unwrap one while cataloging it at the desk, so we can get 2 at the same time. Sounds great to me. We have no means to really hire anybody at the moment. We're a little shy on money, truth told. I think I can restore... What can I do with the coin? 1 shilling. I use fatigued. A 2pence. Will let me recover a stat. That's good to know. We can probably save the spare coins for now. What's a penny gonna get me? Aspect of For Winter, an introduction to histories. The 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hersault describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. I have the feeling it's not pronounced Hersault. It's probably like Hersault or something. Chione at Abydos. At Abydos. Chione at Abydos. A play dealing with the 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver. In English, published in 1892, purportedly from an older Greek text. Subject: snow stories of wind-woven winter. We've got a lot of winter-coded books, haven't we? That's 2 back-to-back we've unwrapped. I don't think we have an aspect of winter, do we? Oh, we do, actually. Our whist is 2. This 4, I think that might be the closest we've come. To being able to read something, I should say. Yeah, it's all winter lore. Just all of it. Interesting. I've got 1 more book to open. Oh yeah, the beach coming. Oh, okay, that's still got a ways left. Pog. Pog. Prophecies of Glory. Religious and patriotic fables collected or composed by William Gore. Lantern 8. Alright, so all the accessible mysteries to us right now. Because I don't think we have any Lantern aspect. Because we don't have any Fost. Oh, we've got one through Whist. I'm gonna go past that. Hope you rest a day. Rest a stream flick. Rest all you do, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow, Nightshade, for our back alley subathon if you want to swing by. And I'll be streaming from much earlier, so it should be easier for everyone to catch along. And hey, it'll be the weekend. So that's nice. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you so much for swinging by. Appreciate you. Sleep well. We might switch gears to a wind down game in the near future that's also about books. A familiar iron key is washed up on the beach. Huh. This is an aspect of 3 knock. Interesting. Well, I could hire anyone and hand them the key and they'd have enough aspect to open the threshold. If I understand this correctly, anyway. Let's hire a miner and see if it works. Here, take my key. He won't take it. He won't take it. He doesn't want it. I've already hired him, haven't I? Moon Forge Scale. I don't think that's going to help us with anything. Alright, that's just a waste of a shilling. Waste of a shilling. Well, I could possibly invite him to sleep in the bed. No, it's occupied. That's not going to work. That just makes it sound like I paid him to sleep with me. That's probably not the way forward. Is there a way I can get him to Grail? Or to Sky? I don't think we've got any Sky. Do I have an item that could do it? Probably not. Darn. Alright, I think we're kind of stumped there. If we refill, what does this do? No, that's not enough. We don't have anything. I can't invoke the key. Why do I have it then? If I cannot invoke it. Ah, right. Okay. Memories here can only come from Winter Moon, Grailer Edge. Ah. Okay. We'll let the night pass. How long have we been here? Has it been a week yet? I don't know what day it is. It's spring, I know that much. What else must we consider? I mean, we have our advanced skill now, don't we? I need suitable ink. But we might have to use... Well, because we don't have a slot for the ink, but if we use it with a desk, perhaps... You're not willing to help me look at a book, are you, Mr. Miner? I guess not. We'll see what the day brings. There goes the miner. Now, how do I respond with this letter, perhaps? Oh, right, we can reply to the letter now. With the one piece of ink we have. What shall we respond with? Let's respond with metal. I like that. Oh, pragmatic. Okay, it's gonna tell me the tone. The journey was not straightforward, but here I am. Hush House is empty and peaceful. Nothing walks its halls. Something once did 7 years ago. The fire must have purged it. What about shaped? Oh, that's not an option. Okay, my options are Trist, Twister, and Metal. Enigmatic. The sea remains, the house remains. What else remains we shall learn in time. I am something new, and in time I will learn what that means. That would infuriate me if I got that letter. An inquisitive reply. I am here, but my situation is precarious. There's so much I do not know yet. Is there anything more you can tell me of the house, the locals, their pasts? That seems appropriate. Let's do that. Interesting. Yeah, let's write back to them. Let's put this book on the shelf. And let us try to... I think we can afford one more piece of assistance. And ideally we want it to be knock. So we'll see if we can... we'll see if this will help us with that. Don't know if that's how it's gonna work or not, but... I'm here, my situation is precarious. Dregs, this was something. I get tickets to the post office to be dispatched to St. Ramon's Trust. Once they know I've arrived, they'll send more funds. I hope. A memory of revelation. A memory of lantern. And it's also sunny. I wonder... Well, let's send off the reply. A king marked stamp. Oh, a penny. The postmistress examines a letter and deems it sufficient. It'll go with the next post, she assures me. Now I can expect visitors. Interesting. We can only pray that the unusual help is enough to get us where we need to go. We can talk to Denzel one more time. We'll see if we can recruit him if everything else falls awry. He might be able to help us with something. It doesn't really cost us anything. You know, we've got 2 health. Alright. Okay, Denzel. 2 edge, 2 forge. What are you willing to help me with? Are you willing to help me at the desk? You're not. Okay, that's fine. You don't have any of the aspects I need to get through here, which is kind of unfortunate. Can I stack boosts is the question? Like if I use... Oh, I can give him 2 lantern and 2 sky. If I give him the sunny memory. Okay, you know what? This works, because we'll talk to him. We'll give him the sunny memory. That gives him 2 sky. Or it should, in theory. And then I'll see if I can talk to him again. We'll see if it's able to stack, because I don't know if it can or not. So this will be an interesting experiment. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Absolutely. I can. No. You can only use a memory to exalt an assistant once per day. Okay. But it says only a memory. What if I was to, like, give you a cup of tea? That would indeed increase his lantern to an aspect of 3. Which would let us open the long tower. What's more important, going up or going across? There's a bunch of books in there, it seems. And another desk, perhaps. Let's do this, because it doesn't cost us anything. Or... Interesting. Okay, let's collaborate. So I can hand you a tool as well. Like the mirror scope. Okay. Okay, I'm getting it now. Well, we'll use him to unlock the top floor. So he'll repair the roof for us so we can head up there. Now, who's this? The musician. Oh, okay. Unfortunate. I could have used... I could have done that in a different order. That would have been better. But that's okay. We'll pay him the half crown. It's all experimenting. We're fine. We're fine. We haven't lost anything permanent. 4 nectar, 4 rose. Oh, I think he actually has enough aspect to get us through here. Or not. Maybe not. Okay. But he has 4 nectar, so we can open the Tangle of Thorns. Oh, it's because we can only unlock 1 room at a time. That's probably why. Okay. That's fine then. We're officially out of money, so we can't hire anybody else. Maybe we can we ask Denzel for help a second time? Because if we can, we might be able to make this happen. Because I think, yeah, a tool and the memory revelation will be enough. So we'll do that. We can do it before nightfall. Okay. All right. Interesting, interesting, interesting. This is an observatory. We've got some bound books here. We'll just grab those. What's this? Yes, I see it's a telescope. I want this. What's this? Oh, mist-kissed water. The faintest of vapors still ghosts the water's surface. Aspect of Nock and Moon. Okay. Kitty's armchair. This looks very like the armchair which Kitty Mazarine, second librarian, sat for L. Breton's famous group portrait. A challenge. Evolve via horror macastry. Interesting. What is the threshold? Aspect of 4 edge. This doesn't do anything. Yeah, nothing in aspect of 5 or more. Okay. Let's try and recruit Denzel again today, if he's okay with that. I hope he's okay with that. Meanwhile... Yep, we're going to unlock the first true threshold with the musician here. We could unlock the Tangle of Thorns instead. Am I more likely to get 3 knock through, or... We'll open the threshold. Big deal, big deal. Big milestone here. And then we can probably get, because I think we have like 1 lantern aspect here, right? Yeah, we can pour a cup of dandelion wine. I don't think we needed to do that. That's okay. I'll figure this out. Okay. The entrance hall. The beginning of the house proper. The curia used to issue gloves and slippers of soft leather to protect the books and premises. Visitors were often asked to remove their shoes. Pause a moment and listen to the histories. Valentine de Wolf, 6th Baron of Brankrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. Hendrik de Wolf, 1st Baron of Brankrug, known for his pious, merciless justice. Granted the Isle in 1536 after the dissolution of St. Brandon's. Lady de Breos, sometimes known affectionately as the First Eva. Lady de Breos never visited the Isle, but it was her generous endowment that allowed the abbey to thrive and grow in the 13th century. Lady Rowena. For as long as there has been a hush house, there have been stories of its enigmatic protectress. Leaves in the Wind, a soothing but undistinguished work in oils. Someone evidently was good at trees and wanted you to know it. Sister. Priestess, oracle, queen, a very old image from the Dawn period with a simple inscription. The boy prays. There is no sign of a boy in this distorted, menacing image, and no one seems to be praying. Abbot Geoffrey. It was Abbot Geoffrey who gave Nathan of Regensburg sanctuary here and decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Nathan and his family could dwell. In 15th century England, only a determined and well-respected abbot could have persuaded the brothers to shelter a Jewish physician. Lignum vitae blanc. The hardest of all woods. An aspect of 3 edge. Material. And fuel. Crow Cross sands at high tide. A gloomy study of the sea in gloomy weather. Abbot Thomas. One of the first abbots here, just before the beginning of the Solar Gothic period. This bust is much more recent, a 19th century bronze. The inscription reads, Speech, the first sword. That's sick as hell. Authority. Once this shepherd's crook represented the authority of the church. Perhaps the Suppression Bureau kept it here because they liked the idea of authority in general. Saint. Melanchthon. Visionary, philosopher, alchemist, most revered and most heterodox of the Isle's abbesses. An inscription in Latin reads, The cross died not, but passed within. Leaves in the Wind. There's 2 of those. Oh, I remember a bit. You remember a bit? A bit of the lore, you mean, or? There's a puzzle you gotta arrange statues. Yes, I do remember that. Where like it's like the order of the librarians or something to that effect. I'm gonna be going and say, yes, I do remember losing my mind trying to figure that one out in particular. Okay, Denzel? I know that you have no skill in this whatsoever, but I'm gonna give you a memory revelation. I'm gonna exalt you with this memory. And then I'm gonna hand you a mirror scope and I'm gonna say, good luck, buddy. I'm gonna shove you into this room and you're gonna fix it for me. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. I wonder if our skills can be used in the garden. Does not appear so. Probably should have guessed that. We could unwrap some of these books with our spare stats before they go on cooldown. Let's do that. Oh, and there's this one here as well. Alright, he now has 2 lantern. But if I offer him the mirror scope, that'll bump him to 3 lantern. I think this is going to work as intended. A 14 knock. Deaths and their evasions. Father Stanislav John Shala writes that the means and limitation of passage between the orders of the Mansus. No, long, names, hours. Unusually, Father John has written this book in few sign, for, he says, a special secrecy. Of course. Nectar. The Shadow and the Stare. Ernestine Peterhans records her conversations with the Little Darkness in Hush House's Stare Tenebris, which she calls Donkerling, which she refers to lovingly as Donkerling. Beautiful. Be yea beautiful. Alright, we nearly got the front tower. The Watchman's Tower. Okay, he now has 3 lantern, which means he can unlock the first floor of Long Tower. The Long Tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the isle. I'll need help to restore the room above. What's the gardens? How do these indoor gardens work? I have to presume these are like references, like renderings of like areas like beside the building, as well as like, you know. Surely this isn't like an indoor, an indoor exposed garden. And we'll use our metal to unwrap another book. Because I think that's all we'll be able to do today. What do I need? I need appropriate ink. That's what it was saying. I think it literally is. Do other rooms have lore? Yeah. Well, I'm interpreting this as like an open walkway, and it's clearly got like structures above it, but it looks like it spans out to either side of like the tower, and then this I assume is like the farthest reaches of it, because if you see in the rendering here, there's these what do you call it? And these pillars here. You can see those in the distance here. So it looks like it's a stone walkway. That this here is a stone walkway between the tower and the rest of the Hush House. So this is like the walkway here, and then there's a garden kind of sprawling out to either side of it, and then this is like in like a gated, like secondary, like a courtyard almost that like looks to it. It's a little complicated, but I think that's the artistic intent behind it. It wouldn't. I think some of these. This one looks like it's indoor. This one looks like it has like stone walls, but I guess they could also be like beside the building as well. A flower garden now overrun with thorned weeds and briar rose. Another nectar book. Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats. The velvet is the hour of secrets, and so very little is known of the moth-long, nectar-long, who was sent to immortality under her auspice. But this book, by Kittling's friend, purports to be part cookbook and part manual for immortality. Awesome. 4 nectar. Is that doable? I don't think so. Our health is nectar. That's the only nectar we got. We got no tools. Oh, good. Oh, good, good, good. Yeah, you just hang off the edge there. That's fine. Sleep will elude me for many days. I may lurk and drift off to this beautiful game, but it is wonderful catching your stream. Hold it to your sanity while playing and take care of your voice. Thank you for being a narrator flick, reading every part. No problem, Sigil. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for joining me for me and Greg's adventure, and thanks for hanging around. I appreciate you. I'll be back tomorrow with a subathon of Deadly Premonition if you have the time to swing by. But if not, happy lurk, happy sleep. Have a good evening. Sleep and dream well. Solomon's Study. In 1818, the very Reverend Solomon Husher became third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan. Although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury, no one ever quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. Whispering sand. White silver sand in which the voice of the waves lingers. Nivine parchment. Pale as the first wisp of the mountain cloud. Ooh. Perinculate. Deadly. Use gloves to read texts produced with this pigment. An ink of power, sometimes considered an unsanctioned ink. This has 4 edge. I think this is what we need to draw in our, write in our journal. A widow's candle and a chalice candle. Aspects of Grail and Moon, respectively. A Solomon Husher. This bust is the palest white marble. Okay, all good discoveries. And the pale desk. Aspects of winter, sky, lantern, and scale. Whereas this one is edge, chalice, moon, and winter. Okay, we might have a chance. We may have a chance of examining the sky lore here. Possibly. This one here. Maybe. If we have the right weather, we might be able to. I'll do my best, thank you. Be well all. No problem, Sigil. That's gonna have to wait until morning. And the second floor of the Long Tower requires 4 lantern or 4 winter. Freezing air, even tendrils of fog drift from the tower top. I should probably seek help from someone who knows the local traditions for dealing with restless spirits. The grand ascent. The stairs here are clear, but the air is thick with old magic. I should move carefully, and I should not go alone. Still no sign of any fire. But why then was the house abandoned? Three nectar to get through the weed-choked garden. Our core would be enough to boost someone to 2. 2 heart for that. So someone with 1 heart or 2 nectar, we could get them over the line. Although we do have a couple of tools lying around. Like the vase is +1 nectar, for instance. Be pretty funny to tell a person like, hey, take this vase. Take this vase and banish the ghost that lives here, please. The flowers should help. How do I clean this? I can clean it with my health, apparently. Let's do that. Alright, let's consider. Any mail from the peoples? No? Alright, let us study at this desk. Let's bring the edge ink with us. Alright, let's examine the soul's labors with sickle and eclipse. And our metal. We can craft a libidic tincture. Um, that's kind of not what I was after. Wait. A determination. It will require no less than 20 of a power aspect. Shit. Well, we are ways off getting 20 edge, aren't we? Criminy. Okay, well, I'll put the ink there for now. We can unwrap these books. 4 lantern? What's the weather like today? That might inform my next choice. It is raining. Aspects of Grail and Nectar. Nothing to help us get into the 2nd floor tower. But the weed-choked garden. That and a health is enough to open that. The rain and my health would be enough to get any old sod able to open. Well, we're gonna need our friend's help regardless. This guy's our best friend. This guy's our only friend. As for Nectar, we don't have the money. We don't have the means at the moment. The grand ascent of the ground floor. The stairs here are clear, but the air is thick with old magic. Well, 4 edge. Actually, I think we can do that with our buddy here. Ooh, actually, no. We'll boost it by 1. Do we have any tools that grant edge? This grants Grail. That's worth considering. Oh, current affairs. What's happening in the world beyond Brankrug? We'll either draw a new incident, find a suitable visitor for the current incident, or retire the current incident if there are no visitors left for it. Ooh, a gift from Dr. Blackwood. A package from Dr. Serena Blackwood. I was just about to say that's a name we've seen before, who once also served as librarian. Librarian. I remember very well how remote Brankrug is from the world. In Alexandria, I have both a telegraph office and more company than I can easily stand. You will, I think, make better use of this than I. Best wishes, Serena. A writing case. A sturdy brass-cornered writing case which has been of service to at least 3 librarians of the house. Use your writing case in a desk with ink to invite visitors to a salon. And to invite villagers, add your writing case as a discussion subject when you visit them in Brankrug. And Serena's address. To make an invitation to Serena sufficiently enticing, you'll need at least 3 forge. So we can invite her to come and hang out with us. Is that worth doing? Interesting. Okay, okay. I mean, why wouldn't I invite her? At least 3. That doesn't help. That doesn't help either. Okay, I can add my metal for 2 forge. I need 1 more forge. So any aspect or like item of the base of Gorns that is not applicable here apparently. What can I add? A candle perhaps? No. Neither skill has forge in it. One of these tools could, but it's lantern. Do I have another tool around here? It appears no. Okay, we can't invite Serena anywhere for now. We've got 2 edge with our buddy here. And we can increase that. I can't use my technique to help. 2 grail and 2 nectar is what we have to work with right now. He could help us get into the weed-choked garden. That's about it. So we can collaborate with him, then we can use an aspect of heart. Of health. Wait. Oh, have I fucked up? Oh, I think our core can work instead. What have I learned? Basket of dirty laundry. Memory of touch. No librarian washes their own laundry. Perhaps I could find help in the village. Oh! Maybe I can pay someone to wash my laundry? For a shilling. For a shilling? I ain't got a shilling. That's highway robbery, it is. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. Alright, so I need heart or nectar. I feel like I messed... Okay, the core will work. The core will work. Alright. That'll get the grail to the right level. No, it has to be heart. Wait. Wait, he doesn't have any heart. He's got grail. This is grail. Shit. Heart. Ah. Is there grail I can use, perchance? 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 This is 2 nectar. Okay, that'll work. We'll pour him some dandelion wine. It's something to drink. Okay, that'll get us where we need to go. Really thought I'd botched that completely for a second. Developments in the world beyond Brankrug, drawing a new incident. A visitor interested in perilous opera. Is there someone en route to Hush House? Master Hokobold, Magister Hokobold, Metallurgist, Gourmet, Corrupted Immortal, and supposedly a long ago King's Byblow. Understands Phrygian, as do I. Understands Aramaic, as do I. Hokobold will only consume forge food and drink. Understands Greek, Latin, and Deep Mandaic. I know the first 2, but it appears I do not know Mandaic. He is interested in Grail and Forge. I wonder if he will actually help us. The Affair of the Invisible Opera. No one has ever successfully staged an entire performance of Wings Within Wings. That's probably why they call it the Invisible Opera. But now, someone is trying again. Visitors with an interest in Grail or Moth Mysteries will want to talk about this. Hello? Alright, well, I'll put Denzel to work opening... What's other? The Tangle of Thorns or the Weed-Choked Garden? I don't know what would be better. Really. We'll go for the one that costs more, so we'll go for the one below. Thanks, buddy. You the best. We can't afford to hire anybody from the inn because we have no money. But we will talk to Magister Hokobold. Let's see what he wants. And this is what you call summer? Pathetic. Don't make me stand around out here. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it. Or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. Can I talk to him about the book? Or does he only want to talk to me about the affair? Some cretin is attempting to stage the Invisible Opera in Venice. Well, I suppose if anything catches fire, Venice is less inclined than most cities to burn. A book with as much Grail mystery as their interest, which is 3. I have no such books. Now, I can show him this book, but I don't think... I think he'll just be like, what is this? I don't think he'll have anything to say about it. Let's just see if we can talk to him. I can identify my visitor's interests and satisfy them with an appropriate book. Alternatively, if they know a language I'd like to learn, I can offer payment. Untrustworthy visitors might occasionally abscond with a book. How dare. I don't have anything to offer in payment. I have nothing of interest to him. I don't have any lore that he would like. All my stuff is lantern, sky. We've got one moon here. Nectar. Winter. And then a whole bunch of knock. Just a riddled mess of knock. We have 2 aspects of knock through shaped now. I might be able to read these 2 4-tier knocks. Using surgeries, perhaps? Perhaps not. The key does not go gently into the good night. The key is not fond. A memory would help tremendously at this point in time, wouldn't it? What is this desk? No, this desk does not let us do anything metal-wise. We might be able to make a tool. It will be easier said than done. Does this have knock aspect? Neither of these have knock aspect. Well, this is gonna fade. Let's talk to him about the opera. When the production fails, and it will, we should take full advantage of the situation. Do not concern yourself with the details of all the details of my command. We don't have anything to put here. Nothing that is of interest to this man. But let's catalog all the books that we can while we're here. Sounds weird. That was weird. Alright. Okay. Ruinous Hall. This place was once bright and busy. It can be again, but it'll be grueling work to make it so. Not suitable work for a librarian. Now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. 6 Moth. The Carbonek Schism. The Order of Obliviates, on the brink of schism, assembles in a Bounds house identified only as Carbonek, after the Fisher King's castle of legend. There the know and the long of the Order debate their long policy of non-involvement in matters of feather and scale. Was it like forcing an act? Matters of feather and scale. The Kerisham Portalan, a beautifully illustrated and heavily annotated Portalan, a nautical atlas of ports and destinations. Chionic Theoplasma. This book suffered the attention of one of the chilly names or hours, perhaps even a god from nowhere. Ooh. This contamination can affect your Tristan health and spread to nearby objects. We have to quarantine this book. I don't like that. It can spread? Okay. We're gonna quarantine it over here. Is everything else Sabazine? I don't think we can read Sabazine. Subject Sacralimiae. The rites of an order of immortal who have tried to remain apart. These rites touch on secrets of ours of the Mansas, chiefly gods who were flesh and gods from light. Cool. Neat. Neato. Can I throw a chair into the fireplace? Is that an option? Just to, like, create space? No? Okay. No? Alright. Do any of these other wait, what was the icon for the curse? Okay, like that. Edicts Liminal. Just making sure none of these other books are like cursed. Does not appear as such. Okay, but there's one cursed book. Effective against theoplasmic contamination. Possible that this will work. Effective against corruption. Can be used to remove corruptions from books. Okay. How does one do that? I imagine it'll take a bit more than that to actually cleanse it. We'll just leave it there for now. I think it's best not to invite the horrible corruption from the cursed book. I'm gonna move this back over here. I think you belonged here once. You can belong there again. You lived up here, didn't you? Yeah. Not recommended reading. Oh my, is this damned place? I'm so desperate to waste my damn time. Well, I'm sorry, sir. 5 scale, 5 heart. 4 edge, 4 heart. 3 nectar, 3 heart. Yeah, might be able to... we need money. I don't know where the money is, or where it's at. We're meant to be receiving some kind of stipend. That, or we should be able to... Oh, actually, wait. Can I... Hang on. I can't use that memory here. What about here? No. Damn. If I had a means to add like a single bit of forge, we could write to that lady and invite her over. Dawn Lion Coffee. Can I use this to boost my own aspects? Does it work that way? Use my Tris to brew this over the fire. I think that memory is going to fade before I can use it. Bancroft Diaries. Lord Franklin Bancroft was initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the Rose Witch Fiona Earshire. Your He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790. That is a book we might be able to read. Because we simply lack the raw stats in just about anything. But with our Whist, we get a +1. With the Mirror Scope, we get a +1. So if we get a memory that grants us... If we get a memory that grants us two Lantern, so if it's like a sunny day, I think that was granting Lantern. If it's like a sunny day, we'll be able to do something about that. I wonder if we can give the Perinculate to Denzel to give him the edge he needs. Dawn Lion coffee. A pot. Investigate. Drink the stuff. What is it? What does that do? With my metal? I'm suspicioso. Let's serve it. Make it a cup of coffee. I'm willing to gamble a cup of coffee on this. Dawn Lion coffee. Like, how does this work? Yeah, tell you what, we'll try this. This isn't like a restoration, is it? Does this boost this aspect temporarily? How does this work? Let's find out. Rich, fruity flavors. A memory of taste. Well, that did not help. I don't like this. A memory of taste and a memory of touch. Great. Well, a waste a cup of coffee. That's fine. Can I invoke the coffee in the process? No, I cannot. It would be foolish to think that you could. Truly foolish. Okay. So I can't boost my aspect. I can boost an assistance aspect. But they can't exactly help me with studying. So that doesn't really help me out. But hey. We've made pretty significant progress, I think. Oh god. As I pan the camera to look at the yawning abyss. Alright, let's see what the weather is. I think the weather's going to inform what I do today. Rain. That's more nectar, more grail. Well... Can we talk to Denzel about the affair? Speak with him. What does this do? Invite him to the Hush House. Sure, let's try this out. Let's try this out, if nothing else. Denzel inclines his head in thanks. He sent a gift ahead. Interesting. Butter. Huh. Try adding an egg or a pheasant. Mix with sugar or flour in a bowl, or the culinarily intrepid might add spice and moly. Denzel will attend the next salon in his cleanest clothes. He knows more oddities than the average country blacksmith, but being both more taciturn and less erudite than some of the visitors, may be slightly less productive of lessons. I actually don't know what that means. Will he still help me? How do I do a salon? Whoa. Awkward. What's this? Sea's Edge. The sea accepts offerings. And discard objects here, release beasts, or go for a swim. Can I throw a chair away? I cannot. Bastard. Okay, well. I don't know how to have this salon. I don't know how to have the salon. So, Edge Forge. Do we have enough to get in through the Grand Descent? I don't think so. I can only add one edge. But with Health and Rain, I can add 3 Nectar, and that's enough to open the Weed Choked Garden. And that's enough progress for now. I have my memory of the rain. And then with that, we can offer our aspect of health. Now let me investigate these beverages again. I just don't know how to use them. Well, is this a tool? Can I use a candle at a desk? I cannot. Can't use a candle there either. Well, that's Forge. I can add Forge and Rose by offering the candle. Alright, he can unlock there. That's something. That's some kind. That takes the shape of progress of a kind. Garden. We still have no means with which to garden. Roscragan whiskey. A bottle and a couple of glasses. That's got Forge and Rose aspect. Okay, we're talking now. We can offer +2 aspect of Rose to a visitor. We're just kind of stuck because I'm waiting for those guys to send me help. Send me help, please. The infirmary. That's for Rose. So in theory, how much Rose can I grant with my stats? Try 0. Try absolutely none. Makes sense. Restful garden chair. These boost nectar. Physic garden. The nuns of the knot planted this garden of healing herbs in the dawn period. Natan of Rexenberg and Gideon de Wolf both expanded it, and the Curie of the Isle tended it. Even the branch and the bureau made use of it in the grim days that Brankrug served as a prison. What's this? A picnic. In the Physic garden. Oh. We need more than... In Hush House, an empty place is often traditionally left at the table for Rowena. Protectors of Hush House, and one secretary persist under the Curie of the Isle. Interesting. If you one day propose a successor for Rowena, state them here. Alright. Well, not a lot to do here, unfortunately. Getting the whiskey helps. Okay, let's put the butter here. And we'll put back the candle where it was. And we'll... Let's grab the whiskey from there so we can store it in our front room. Seems to be where we're putting all the beverages. don't want to live on the table? You don't want to live on the table? Ah, that'll do. Nice little collection of Stop sliding off the edge. What are you doing? Alright, 2 rows is not nothing, but we have no other means of getting rows, to my knowledge. If there's a tool that does rows, this is 3 actually. So the candle and the glass of whiskey, that's 3 rows right there. But I'm a little perturbed. 1 point of sky. Oh, we also have this mist-kissed water. That's 2 knock. That's worth keeping in mind. 2 knock. Doesn't help with anything at the moment. I'm a little at a loss. We simply lack the tool. Unless we can... Unless we have enough to temporarily make a tool. But a tool of knock? I don't think so. This skill can't be used on either desk. So it'd have to be a tool of edge. And we can do that, I think. Don't know if it'll make a permanent one. Right, let's try it. Let's try the shape of this. We can craft libidic tincture with 5. And I think that might be this might be a recipe for 5 moon, perhaps? I don't know what libidic tincture is, mind you. We'd learn something by doing that, for sure. The book has an aspect of edge. No, I don't think that's a way forward at the moment. We've got all these gardens and no means to interact with any of them. Oh! I don't think I even looked at this place. I think we unlocked it and I just got distracted. The Scent Garden. This too dates from the time of the Abbey, but in summer, neither sisters nor brothers were permitted to spend more than a single hour here, lest the temptation of savors overwhelmed them. Okay. What's this? Skin shuck mead. A murky, sweet-smelling liquid crowded with sediment. And, ooh, 6 moth? That's a crazy amount. Cooking ingredient. Intoxicating. Restorative. Okay, that's very powerful. And a hurricane lamp. Proof against storm wind and moth swoop alike. Lots of garden interactables. Okay, well that's a pretty useful tool. An aspect of lantern and sky. Would it be usable here? Of course it isn't. Why would it be? We need a lantern desk. This one is a lantern desk, but it won't let me use it. Well, we can boost anyone's sky or lantern by 1 point now, which is something. We might be able to get in here now. Well, I guess we already had lantern boosting stuff, didn't we? We had this and we had... This is just an upgrade. In a way. Over the mirror scope. Like it's like the mirror scope and the astrolabe like combined together. If it even works the way I think it does. It might not. Daybreak rolls around. Let's put the mead on the shelf. Alright. Is there any mail for me? I guess not. It's sunny. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Oh. Like, do I want to use it to unlock or do I want to use it to read? This is 4 lantern aspect, but it's also 2 sky. Wait, can I use it to read? Okay, let's try and investigate this book, the Bancroft Diaries. A tool or an ink? I'm gonna offer the memory of the sun. Let's try and read a book with. I don't have a skill to put to it, but I can get 1 more lantern from my whist, and then I don't think. Okay, the lantern does not work in this context. That's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna put that in the. I'm not running out of space, aren't I? That's nice enough. But I think we can use the mirror scope. Revelations. I can master this mystery. This is the first book we're successfully reading. Christ. We've got Denzel's assistance. Well, we've used the memory, so what can we reasonably get him to be able to do? We can maybe stack rows on him. Right? I might be crazy. Am I crazy? I think I'm crazy. Oh, okay, so this does not work. I can't offer him... +1 knock, +2 rows. But we need how much to unlock this? 4. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I don't have a memory to use. This is Book of Hours, Brown Cup. How you doing, BC? What's going on? This might be your jam, actually. I can master this mystery. Bancroft seems to have been... Okay. This is the first book we've been able to read of our own volition. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between Mansa spirits, teaching percussigans to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the rose witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. The mantra he recorded is a high and exacting magic which can be used to pledge one's spirit to the Watchman, beginning an ascent to the house. Bancroft boasts of his ability to recite it when in his cups. He also had it set to music for a performance with fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. We played a Jane Austen board game. Ladies went to parties appropriately dressed. It was a roaring good time. I'm glad to hear it. Eka. It's like a house management game. It's more of a mystery / descent into madness experience. Wits Forge and Fire Blast, Meanings Press and Screw, Coleridge on Don's poetry. Ooh, we've learned the first step of pyroglyphics. Well, the most important thing about that is that we can commit that. Oh wait, no, we have to consider it first. Acquire pyroglyphics. Okay, that'll take a minute. Well, we've read the Bancroft Diaries. And I think any book that we've successfully read we'll put on this shelf, because this is kind of our current office. We gained this memory of foresight, 2 forge aspect. Is that enough for me to write to Lil Miss? You won't let me use my memories because you hate me. Admit it. You hate me. I might be able to use it here, actually. Yes. Yes. Okay, alright. Aspect of 3. So if I use my... I can't use my metal? Do you hate me? Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me? Why do you hate me so much? What are my only options? Health. That's not gonna help. Meanie. These didn't help at all. This memory is 1 point of lantern. 1 point of lantern. We lost our whist. For now. So we can get 3 points of... If I recover this right now, I can get 3 points of lantern. That's not enough. That's not anything. Okay, let's learn This might actually help, now I think about it. Pyroglyphics might be what we need. This might push us over the edge. This skill. And I mean, if it unlocks another aspect, like one of the ones that we're missing, that'd be pretty useful. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. One script that all the world must read, even the blind, and it is written in flames. Okay, we can commit it to either Ithistry, which is Forge, or Illumination, which is Lantern. And what will you give me? You'll give me Whist. Metal. Whist and Metal are my choices. Oh, you trouble me. What was the aspect required? That we've got 2 tools that can potentially be used for upgrades for one of our stats. Evolve via Illumination. Yeah? That's possible. Evolved by a Horror Macastry. Okay, that's Sky. Sky Lantern. Was there anything else we had that we could use to upgrade an aspect? I don't think so. Our choices then are more metal, which points us towards Illumination. We might be able to do this to increase our metal, and that would be pretty fucking sick. I don't know about Ithistry. Illumination puts us on a path of Lantern, which is what a lot of our books are, so this seems like a good idea. Okay, we've got 2 metal cards now. Now, let's test something out. Evolve via Illumination. Okay. Craft Libidic Tincture. A sickle and eclipse with Prentice level dagger edge creates Libidic Tincture. Or Scholar level edge. Plus something with a leaf aspect will allow me to brew a dangerous ink. Sick. I mean, we can just do that, right? That's not a downside. We just make a tincture. Does it cost us anything? The time component's only really, like, events-based. Like, there's a little bit of time management, like the day passes, the seasons change. I think individual events might have some, like, weight to them. Oh. Oh, okay, wait. Please tell me I can do this. Skill, yes. And a Memory of Foresight. That's an aspect. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, do I need ink as well? To write to her? We only have the 1 ink. This doesn't seem to be it. Make an invitation to Serena. Sufficiently enticing. It is 3 from skills, memories, inks, or anything else. I have 4. Is that not sufficient? My lady? Come, my lady. Come, my lady. No? I might have needed my metal. That's unfortunate. Well, we can try... Well, I guess the metal would be enough. The memory is actually not that important now. It's the pyroglyphics gives us... The pyroglyphics gives us 2 forge, which is incredible. Just use blood! Whatever we make here. Also, I don't think we needed to do it here. I think it's weird that we went to the fighting dummy to make this. Whatever we're making. I don't know what we're making. But an edge ingredient will be what we need to open the ground floor. So this actually works. As it clarifies, the tincture vibrates judderingly. This is called growling. Libidic tincture. A much more potent preparation can be extracted from the remains of a labite, but labites generally frown at this technique, I imagine. Okay, can I mean, it's a material. Okay. It's a material. I get that. Denzel. Oh, no, not you. This one. You don't want this tincture? This bottle of sweet jazz is not enough to entice you? I could give him the ink. It just seems like a waste. Alright. I think we get our next bundle of money. Well, oh my god, I just remember we can work for money. Oh my god. Am I so stupid? Or what? Manual labor. I can find a 6 pence worth of odd jobs. What's the juiciest lore you've seen so far? The main thing about this setting that's interesting is that there are multiple timelines, and they're each referred to as a different history. So part of like the interesting ebb and flow of this game is you are finding and researching books that are from different timelines, and there are people that have learned how to travel between them, but doing so requires you to somewhat sacrifice a piece of your humanity. I think traveling at night is conceptually one of the ideas of traveling. It's either just engaging with the occult, or it might be about traveling between worlds / timelines. We are a librarian that is trying to restore this massive library that's been used for a bunch of purposes throughout the years, but has fallen into disrepair. Okay, well, if we make some money... Let's try and make some money. I totally forgot we could do that. Alright, what's the weather like today? I guess we could go beachcombing as well. Ah, it automatically shifts up. Shit. Damn it. Alright. Okay, well, I now know why we've been moneyless for so long, because I just didn't know that I could work. But, you know, we fixed that now. Sickle and Eclipse, and a bit of Tryst. See if we can find anything on the beach. Clouds. Clouds, that must be sky, right? Nope, moon and moth. That's 4 moon right there. Okay, but now that we can afford... We should be able to theoretically... Yeah, okay, we can actually find something now. All right, let's press on. What a great base concept. Restoring an old library that has arcane secrets. Yeah, and all the books are sort of like, none of the books like go on for, you know, forever. Like it's not like you sit down and read an essay. You get these little snippets. You get the idea like, okay, your character understands it. This is the summary of what your characters come to understand. It feels very TTRPG in that way. We found a sea glass, smooth as an egg, frosted like a winter window, my bad. That's glass, a material. Lucent and fragile, even sand may someday be the eye of rock. Material. That doesn't really help me. But let's keep using Sickle and Eclipse to scour below. And with this shilling, we'll have enough to hire someone. Maybe. But we can see who's up for offer. Yep. Wait a minute. Assistance from a traveling barber? This is different. In summer. Oh, it's seasonal. In summer, the barber comes by to keep the villagers kempt. A shilling will buy his services. Barbers offer moth and a little rose. Okay. Well, that's all I need. The itinerant barbers of the South Country will keep you clean and kempt. Make sure you don't miss out on any news or gossip, and arrange matters so you aren't too troubled by vermin. Snip, snip. Wait, what was that last part? Hang on a second, what was the last part? So he needs 3 more rows. So I don't think the candle helps him. No. This gives 2 rows. Do I have rows at all? I do not. Shit. Any food I can give him? Ah, I can feed him the bread? Can I then give him a drink? Am I allowed to give food and a drink to a person? That's an important question. I was hoping he'd have more rose than moth. Although it does make sense, scissors are always associated with moth. I knew a man who captured moths in a bell jar. On nights like this, he'd release them one by one to die in the candle. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. Yeah, man. Yeah, for sure. What was the last part? Edge, heart, moon. Forge. Oh, wait, this is Forge. We've been able to do this the whole time. Well, shit. Go grab Denzel. Now we're gonna find something out. We might regret this, but I'm gonna feed him. I'm gonna feed this man. 2 knock as a principle. Interesting. Two lantern. Okay, gotta remember that. 2 lantern. Alright. We don't have a lot of food at our disposal, but I'm gonna offer you something to eat. I can offer my assistant something to eat. This will increase their aspect. It's also just friendly. Thanks for helping me out, man. Wait, did that not work? Eat. Eat, my son. But while we're at it, we're going to use... Yeah, we're gonna grab Denzel again. We'll use Shaped. Oh, we've got Whist of 2. Wait, we have... I've got to double check all these. We actually have 2 strong Moth, 2 strong Knock, 2 strong Winter. So this room is 4 Winter. So between that and... I don't think we have anything that boosts Winter aspect. This glass is +1. That's not good enough. That's more useful for the knock. And just pick him up. Pick him up. No? Denzel, I need your help. Denzel, please. Denzel, please, I beg of you. Denzel, I beg of thee. Denzel, please. Please. Alright, Denzel. We're gonna actually open up the infirmary, you and me. I can't talk to you. Awkward, awkward. Well, tell you what. I will focus on the other thing first. Okay, so he now has 2 rows. Now, if I can also offer the barber something to drink, I can offer him that glass. And that will give him... wait. Am I fucking crazy? 4 rows. Where was the Oh, it's this that's the forge. My bad. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can offer him also a drink. A drop and a meal. So it's whiskey and bread. Okay, this works. So that'll boost his aspect by another 2. And that'll get our dear friend to 4 rows, which will be enough to open the infirmary. We also found some driftwood. Long ago, there was a forest between the waves of Brankirk Bay. This driftwood is not nearly that old, but it's shared salt with its lost forerunners. Alright. There's stuff that we can use. It's wood. Material fuel. Interesting. I haven't figured out what that'll do yet, but we have it. We have it now. I will also work for whiskey. Okay, he's got 4 rows now. Beautiful. Wonderful. Unlock this, please. Okay. Careless visitors have tracked in mud through the door, and the windows have been open to the elements for years. So the barber is willing to clean out the vermin that's in there. Meanwhile, we'll talk to Denzel and use our metal, which will boost his forge aspect to 4. Which means right before nightfall, we can open up a second room. Okay. Making our way. Making our way. Making my way downtown. Okay. Yeah, we gotta wait until... I totally forgot that we had the clouds. It didn't really help us with anything, unfortunately, so... The weather was not useful today. And the pyroglyphics might help us read some of that lantern lore. Okay. A refuge for all the world might consider impure. The witch and sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon. She cannot be separated. She cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. The thunderskin, he cannot be stilled. He demands the dance. He is beaten like a drum. He is heard in the wood below the world. The velvet. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. The sister and witch brings together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon and at the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched. She cannot be separated. Caution. Hot. In the 15th century, Natan of Regensburg came to Brankrug. The brothers of St. Brennan's granted sanctuary, but they would not permit a Jew and his family to live on abbey grounds. Still, they built this tower for him to dwell in and practice his healing arts. It has changed greatly since that time, but a place of healing it remains. Musgrave de Wolf. The bust is carved from wood. Cherry. Mist-kissed water. The faintest vapors of still ghosts. The faintest of vapors still ghosts the water's surface. Pale moment. A gently twitching little cloth doll with melancholy button eyes and a frill of colored ribbons. Yeah? Woven. You may take this to a workbench to render it into rags. It is inert. A device, but not one that can be activated by casual handling. This can survive consider without being used up, although it'll still be used up in crafting. Yeah? Investigate the object. You won't use this up or consume it by doing this. Sure, man. It is a tool, so it can be given 4 Grail? That's hefty. I wonder if it gets used up after one use, though. Ooh. TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa! 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 TRN Spices and Savors Department describes this as the secret sacrament of the lost Inca. Okay, 2 Grail, 1 heart. And serpent milk. It does look almost like milk. And it is drinkable, but don't give it to cats or babies. Gotcha. Alright, well. Wasn't my first... Oh, guest beds. Oh, okay. So I can actually... If I understand this right, I think I can... No. Okay, never mind. Ruby Wise Rum. Don't know why it's sitting on the edge like that. A ruddy liquor wrought from flowers, even when the flowers aren't red. Wonderful potted plant. Not everything needs eyes. A vase of lilies, an elegant ornament. Lots of guest beds. Oh, aspects of... Okay, so this would work on visitors, not on guests. Guests are visitors that have agreed to hang out for a bit. Okay. Buddy, the second... Oh, no, it is available. I need you to open the grand ascent to the first floor. What are the... So each object has aspects that tie it to lore or indicate what it can be used for. So you get used to what they are over time, but Ruby Wise has so many. Ruby Wise Ruin, not rum, my bad. Rose. The rose which encompasseth all. 9 directions to new horizons. Exploration, enlightenment, hope. So this is a magical aspect associated with hope. Thing. The gentleman makes his things his servants. The petty man is servant to things. This just means that it is an object. Typically can be used and placed. Some things require this as a marker for them to be interacted with. Liquid. What seeks the depths, flees the heights, and cannot be constrained by any chain ever forged. Beverage. There are some things it's wiser to drink in the morning, and others it's wiser to drink in the evening. Restorative. For rest and recovery. Something that will help you recover from maladies if you use it in bed with sufficient suitable power aspects, especially, but not exclusively, if it has a few useful power aspects itself. Intoxicating. Quick. Bring me a beaker of wine, that I may wet my mind and say something clever. Aristophanes. Cooking ingredient. This can be part of something greater. When you have House of Light, I think that's the DLC, cooking ingredients can be used for cooking and making food in the kitchen. Nectar. The green wealth in the world's veins, the pulse of the seasons. Long ago, some called this principle blood. Okay. Is this dog okay? Do my neighbors plan to do anything about this dog? I wonder. Heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart. What is happening? The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. Grail, hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of the Grail honors both the birth and the feast. Why is the beverage moth? Well, that would imply that it has transformative elements, because the moth is transformation. Moth is the wild and perilous principle of chaos and yearning. One of the I mean, it's a lesser aspect of it, so it's not its most defining aspect. It's most defined by Grail, so it's most defined by hunger and lust. But we do have the Skin Shuck Mead here, which is 6 moth principle, which means this is an inherently transformative beverage. A bit concerning, actually. Gloomy room. The window of this room is coated thickly with black paint. A little light seeps through. Otherwise, the room is very dark. Very faintly, I can still smell rotting meat. Neglected room. The room above might once have been some sort of lounge, but the furniture and equipment has been smashed and overturned. The walls are streaked with mildew. An unlovely smell wafts from further up. And this requires 5 knock, or nectar, or winter. It is unexpectedly difficult to raise my foot to the last step before the landing. Leaf shadows drift across my sight, and the windows hiss and rattle. I've heard that Gervinus Van Loren, last librarian before me, was skilled at the forbidding of ways. Well, Denzel's helping us clear the first floor's grand ascent. I don't want to shock my skin. That sounds objectively bad. It sounds like a bad thing to do. Now, a 4 lantern. I think we can do that, really. Right? What have I learned? It's cold. It's always cold. It's grateful for my warmth. There are scholar-level grail recipes which can craft one of these from fabric. Memory of sight. The eye sees more than the heart knows. Blake. Terrifying. Horrifying. What are you talking about? Stop that. Stop that immediately. Horrifying. What was that? Oh, we opened this. The 3rd librarian, the 6th Baron of Brankrug. My god. Second librarian of the Curie of the Isle, who was born of 3 nations that have none. I'm going to do something. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do something. I don't understand people that let their dog be outside, like, while they're not home, to, like, the implication is that your character sleeps. So we've moved into this bed, for instance. My bed, my resting place. Although I hope not my final resting place. Use a fresh soul card to make the bed and move your belongings out of here if you want to choose a different bed to rest in. Daybreak. Memories fade as essence departs, but the soul's refreshed. What's the weather today? We're nearly into fall. It is a sunny day. That is exactly what I wanted to see. With our whist and this sunny memory and our pyroglyphics, that's an aspect of 4 lantern. Do we read a book? Are we not good enough? 2 sky. No, this isn't enough for us to read a book, is it? Knock. I do have 1 element of knock here, but I don't think I have a desk I can use it at, is the problem. Hang on, let's try something. That's 1 aspect of knock right there. And with shaped. Ooh. Okay, with a memory, yeah, okay. With a memory that gets us... A memory that gave us 1 knock would allow us to read this book. Ah, tantalizingly close, huh? If one of these desks had the aspect of knock, we could actually try to read the books there, but... Je regrette. We've got no skills for nectar. What about winter? No. We do have 2 lantern through sickle and eclipse, actually. Wait, hang on. Now hang on a second. No, this is a skill. This isn't lantern, this is a skill. My bad. I've confused myself. Eight, 12. It's just beyond us. All this forbidden lore. 2 winter, however. And no skills relevant. Okay. Hmm. Whist and Sunny. That's +3 lantern. Or it could be Sky. So money gets us... A shilling gets us the barber, who is Moth and Rose. That doesn't really help us, I don't think. Scale. Lantern. The section in between is skills and languages. So these are the arcane arts that we know. We know the ways of sickle and eclipse, salt and silver, balance, necessity, and rebuke, which, near as we can tell, this is a concept of purifying. Like, a lot of the things are left quite vague. But Nyctodromy, traveling at night is neither fast nor safe. That's why we do it. Knowledge of the ways and byways of the transmundane. So this is like how to deal with the occult, effectively. And then Moon seems to imply the concept of night and the forgotten. And then Edge is about conquest. So this is sort of, this is like brute force in a way. So Sickle and Eclipse implies that we can purify things with this lore. Or otherwise kind of like bind them, separate them through a concept of like, it's a concept of purification, binding, unbinding, but like with a sense of like infusion of like night and violence. And then we have surgeries and exsanguinations. So we know something about surgery, but surgery with an occult edge. Oh, this one, my bad. This is Elements of the Soul. We haven't even unlocked all the parts of the soul yet. That's kind of what we're trying to do. There's meant to be 9 pieces of the soul. We currently only have 6. But in order to unlock more elements of the soul, we need to be able to read more books and then learn the lore inside, like the skills here, and then commit them. So it's a bit of a to-do. All right, we're going to keep manual labor going. I think we get a bequest of money soon, which I'm looking forward to, frankly. He just gives us... He's not the most... He's great and reliable, of course. I'm happy that we have him in our life. Denzel, that is. But he's not... He's not helping. You ever played Cultist Simulator, BC? Because this is set in the same universe. You might like Cultist Simulator as well. Cultist Simulator is a bit hard, it flows very different and has like is a lot less chill. I'll say that much. It's a much more stressful game, but I can show you that if you want. We could pivot to Cultist Simulator for like 5 minutes, and then I'm probably gonna play another librarian game for a spell. Because I won't be going for too much longer. But I wouldn't mind unwinding with the librarian game. Nah, man, just do you. Yeah, I'm just trying to... My objective for the night is just to read another book. I'll be happy if we can read another book. The sun is not what he was today, but today he's smiling. Okay. With 24 pence, we can... at the very least hire a stranger, and I think that stranger will hopefully have an aspect of Lantern or Sky. I think that's the plan. Man, I didn't know I could have been working this entire... We didn't really have the stats for it, so it wouldn't have been a huge deal, but we'll put our metal on the pile. Okay, who can we hire with this? I should have done this at the start of a day. I guess we don't have to commit, do we? We'll only commit if it's something that I can use immediately. A poet? Oh, shit, it's me. Oh. A poet has come to the Sweet Bones seeking inspiration, which mostly seems to mean drinking, but also complaining. It really is me. The elegiac poet provides winter, moth, and sky assistance. Talk to him before he leaves. We want to use his services. Shit. That is, I think, precisely what I need. Winter. Winter and Whist. He'd open this door for me at least. This one right here, the ground floor. But with an aspect of sky, he could open... Oh, the winter he could open this room. Yeah, okay, I want that. I want to have the whole tower here unlocked. I will pay you. Hey, buddy. What's good, buddy? You better have a lot of winter lore. Hired. Poets, they say, never do the washing up. This one hasn't brushed his hair either, but he has his uses and his talents. With Whist. Wait, he has an aspect of 4 off the rip? A 4 in every aspect. Damn, this guy's useful. What else can I unlock? In theory. Well, I could boost him to get... okay. We're going to use this. We're going to unlock the second floor of the long tower. And while I can, I'm just going to keep dumping stats into earning sixpence. That man's going to turn into a cockroach. I've seen it in his dreams. It's the only way for him. It's the only way it's going to end. I guess we could also double trouble. Wait, I can look with exsanguinations? Sure, why not? A sixpence? Yeah, work through the night. I'm gonna work through the night. Oh! Help with letters. Fixing and mending. Oh. Oh. So it's not just manual labor, it's just like little odd jobs. Okay. We've opened... Aha. A new bedroom if we want it. Guest bed, Solomon. Julian Coasley and Solomon Husher, both great sages of winter, slept in this bed, although not simultaneously. No one, the story runs, has ever managed a serene night's sleep in it since. There are books here. And some more, Isle water. Oh, this is different. Isle water. Okay. I'm gonna put that on the drink shelf. I've lost it immediately. Hello? I'm gonna leave my... Can I leave my... I can't just put things on the ground? Like here? Oh, that'll do. Alright, just put this... Just rest these gubbins here. That's fine. I don't really know what this tincture actually does. I don't think it's drinkable. I don't think it's advisable to drink it. We've got 2 stats left, haven't we? Yeah, we got metal. All right, let's see what these 2 books are, real quick. And hopefully we can get that done and get all our stats back at the start of the day. And what else is in here? Oh, 2 more books. Okay, the 4 books total. I really wish there was like a middle ground zoom. I wonder if there's... close zoom? Zoom in, zoom out with Q&E. Oh. What the... That's so much better. Okay, cool. Alright, that's a much more reasonable... Alright, I'll keep that in mind, I guess. We also have a cursed book over here. This one is cursed with Chionic Theoplasma. that says it can affect my Tristan health and spread to nearby objects. So I've decided to put it in the corner and just leave it there. I don't know what else to do about it, so that's where it's gonna go. Catalog a baronial period book. A seventh voice. Samuel Savage's cycle of comic poems about a band of players who doubles as footpad seeking a seventh member. Cool. And, oh, Forge. We might be able to actually do this one. Walter de Wolf, 3rd Baron of Brankrug, was grandson of Thomas, son of the disgraced Giles, who eloped with Pale Haffren. The de Wolf line might have ended here if the Seneschal Ernestine, by then over 80, had not managed to reconcile Thomas with the dying Giles. I think we might be able to make that one happen. Six Forge. Okay, I can study it here. I've got 2 Forge from here. I've got 2 Forge from there. If I had a memory of Forge, I don't think we have a tool that helps, so maybe not. Oh man, it's all just, it's just tantalizingly out of reach. We have the puzzle. We've got all the different places to put all the statuettes, but I would be damned if I know where to put them. A sixpence. And we also found a vase of rushes. This doesn't help me at all. Why would you do this? Put that cup of water on the bench there. That ought to do it. That ought to do it. Nothing to it but to misconstrue it. There we go. Alright, it is a new day. What is the weather? We're so close to being in fall. Clouds. Whoop. I alt-tabbed by accident. Moon and moth. Not helpful. Not helpful in the slightest. A shilling. I guess we just keep working until we have another coin. Yeah, moon and moth, not helpful really. 4 aspect of moon to get into the Grand Ascent ground floor. We can open these 2 books. Let's do that. If we're lucky, there might be something of an aspect. I mean, like Forge 4 or something like that would be great. We can definitely do that without any outside assistance. I would get the ball rolling for sure. 8 Moon. Ya bastard. The Crossing to Noon. The mystic Garcia Sauri gives a picaresque account of the adventures of Franklin Bancroft, Prince of Wines, and Ava de Wolf, the Pale Lady, on their way to the hidden island of Noon. Well, these are people that we know, I think, or know of. Had to run out of space for our books. Oh, that's 10 Forge, Christ. I was so excited for a second. The Temptations of Architecture. The antiquarian and nyctodromist Ambrose Westcott writes of the dangers of doors, with a particular reference to a house in the bounds named Treven. You don't want to go there? We'll do that, and then you can live on the top there, just haphazardly. There you go. That's where you belong. A sixpence. Another bit of work. Manual labor this time. Where are these useless benefactors? I'm furious. Tell you what, we'll just make money tonight. I'm not gonna try and hire someone because it's just gonna be so down to the wire. So I'm just gonna spend all my cards on manual labor. This vase of rushes is not helping me. It's not helping my case. Can I throw it into the ocean? Put it back where it came from? There we go. A memory of loss. Ooh! An aspect of winter and edge. Okay, so that's a way to make a memory. Of loss. Aspect of winter and edge. Interesting. Okay. Grail heart. Edge. 5 edge. 1 edge. He's 2. 3 if I exalt him. We don't have any edgy boos, do we? 2 moon. That's a tincture. I have to turn it into something else first. 1 moon. 2 moon. A glass of the skin shuck mead. Yeah, I guess this is not a bad use for it to open some of these rooms. 6 moth. Anything that requires that much moth? Not really. It'll come in handy at some point, just not right this second. 2 lantern. 2 nectar. We tread towards a revelation. Was that comforting sounding? Yeah, I think we just focus on working for the evening. Give the poet the skin shock, nothing bad can happen. Give him everything he's ever dreamed of, that winter poet. Give him the transformation. Turn his shimmering flesh into Scintillac. Bring him to the edge of the world and back. And 9 times 9 times 9. Just trying to think of anything I've actually written of a spooky fashion. What did I write?
Every night my dreams are liquid.
Yeah, there you go. That's the gothic horror poem that I wrote. Every night my dreams are liquid. I think that'll be fatigued when we get it back, unfortunately. Okay, what's the weather like today? It's sunny. That could be... Ooh. Current affairs. The affair of the invisible opera. So a visitor might come and say hi to us. Interesting. An advertisement from Cater and Hero. The firm Cater and Hero, alive to the possibility of commerce, has sent a smudgily printed catalogue addressed to the librarian. Cater and Hero has offices almost everywhere, not in this misty limb of the kingdom, but they will at least deliver here. Use ink to order items of interest. A few lines in an order form won't consume the ink. When your delivery arrives, it'll contain a new order form. I'd love to read something you wrote that would be like a vague gothic scripture for some esoteric fiction or religion. I can read a small excerpt from Paint and Ash, which was the thing that I wrote. That's a good part of it to actually read. It has been several weeks now. Time turns on with little meaning. I gaze upon the accumulation of my cursed wall, red parchment pinned, overlapping, a circle of scarlet pages. It seems to almost glow tonight, as if drinking in the moonlight it previously spurned, something stirring within it. A mirror-like sheen has formed upon its surface, like dewdrops caught on a window pane. And my breath catches. In a moment that lasts an eternity, I reach out my hand and I touch it. A sting of pain, a paper cut. Such a trivial thing, and yet what should pour forth if not the most brilliant golden color? My laughter is silent, but it racks my body, my skin cracking and crumbling and flaking away like ash. I smear my hand across the paper, and as 100 tiny cuts bloom upon my palm, the pain is smothered by the sights I see. Indigo, viridian, azure sky blue, the colors of my dreams. Just a little like that. Just a little bit of that. Very in the vibe of this game, for sure, and its world. I got a tuppence. I got a mere tuppence for my hard work. Okay, 2 florins means I can actually hire someone of value. Princess Coquille Amarejibi. What? Princess Coquille Amarejibi. Artist, socialite, burglar. An unspeakably charming woman with a particular knack for getting adopted. That's so... I like that. She understands Vak. We also both understand Sanskrit and Greek. She prefers Grail food and drink. Interesting. Darling, hello. I have the teeniest favor to ask. Try a book with as much Grail as their interest. I don't have any Grail books. Why do you people keep showing up asking for Grail? I'm just gonna like let her hang out for a bit. Can I invite her to a bed? To a bed, not my bed, just a bed. Aspects of Grail and Knock. I could vacate that bed and let her sleep there. I think that might be our only option. We can do that, sure. We'll move to Solomon's bed for now. Oh, we got the decamp first. Okay, sure. Okay, so we can move out. Can we invite her to stay there? Why not? She's gonna hang out for a while. A couple days, maybe? So wait, I can talk to her about any book? I just don't have the books she wants. Believe me, I wish I could help. We got the poet again. Hired. 4 moth, 4 sky, 4 winter. Okay, the second floor is an option. Or we can just get him to clear the ground floor right now. I think that's fine. Opening the staircase slowly but surely. What is happening in here? Oh, okay. It was just me hovering over. I thought there was like a rave going on. Like, hello? We'll keep trying to earn money as we go, because that's opening rooms requires money. Second Baron of Brankrug. Okay, so the Barons of Brankrug. And I know that there's information that speaks of like what each person's like job is. Grand Ascent, ground floor. The staircase that serves as the spine of the house. Baron Walter's great project, executed by the master mason Gregory Wheelock. But 5 rows for the dimly lit chamber. Van Loren's old protections hang heavy in the air here, clouding the air with shadows. I'll need counter influences to unwind them. A smoking room. 5 forge? We can do that with Denzel, I'm pretty sure. 1 metal himself, and then one of these drinks, I'm certain, will boost his aspect by another tidge. Right? Maybe not. We have this lantern lore, this lantern memory, and it's not coming in handy, is it? What can I... Well, there were no books in here. Oh, there's a tea room. This looks almost like a library, like an actual library. 5 forge. I mean, I don't have to accomplish it right now. Oh, what was it? Oh, that's Grail. The serpent milk is 3 scale. Health is 1 scale. We would need at least 1 more point. Not having any... Oh, wait a minute. The doll. I would not trust anyone that said it like that. It's a crazy way to say it. I'm like, okay. Wait a minute. The doll. Like, when someone says, I know how to do this, and you're like, I don't fucking think you do, actually. I think you're the last person I trust right now. We can pour some of this Ruby Rise Ruin for 4 Grail. Right? That would get us through the Grand Ascent. We could do that for free. With Denzel. Although it's a little late in the day. We'll wait till tomorrow to do it. We'll just keep trying to earn money until then. But the doll, I totally forgot. This is a tool, right? Yes, it is. It'll only operate once. So it's a one-time use of 4 Grail. /heart/moth. If I had a Grail book, I think we could use this to... Like, actually, am I mistaken? I'm going to carry it with me. It's going to be my friend now. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, she can actually help me. So in theory, she could help me breach a Grail book if we had one. The princess is not going to stick around forever. Let's work once more tonight. Oh, you can trust me. Just come to the infirmary. Wait a minute. The doll! Of course! I'll tell you what. We'll take the ruin. We're going to pour a glass of that. That'll be a backup choice tomorrow. Because we can just give that to Denzel and he'll be able to open one of those doors for us. Or perhaps... it cannot be served. It might be a one-time shot as well. Très intéressant. Très intéressant. You have my attention. Okay. Well, why not? So we got 2 one-time use Grail items. I'd like to keep at least 1. Let's get Denzel in here right away. And let's try and hire someone right away. The poet's been pretty useful. That guy's been shockingly useful. Grail aspect. Interesting. Nectar. Well. Ooh. Yeah, we could use Denzel. Let's exalt. Oh, let's see who we hire, and then we'll make our decisions. I think we might be able to get 2 rooms today if we're lucky. A consulting engineer. A consulting engineer has stopped by the Sweet Bones on the way home. She provides forge, sky, and lantern. Forge, sky, and lantern. How much? If it's 4 of each, then we're in business for the dimly lit chamber. Like easy money. Let's hire her. Let's see what's up. It's 4 of each. Okay. That's great. 4 lanterns. So we can talk to her. So she can open either of these. Well, we don't need help with this one. We can do that ourselves, I'm pretty sure. We just need to find a slight edge to get us over. So we'll talk to her. A consulting engineer can find plenty of work in the mines and towns of the region, but Hush House represents an unusual and interesting challenge. So we're gonna get her. We're gonna give her the mirror scope. That'll boost her aspect enough to handle that. There's no books left, right? There's no books that I'm missing. We didn't unlock any books. Okay. Okay, so her aspect is now boosted, and then we can put her here. She unlocks that. Then we say, hey, Denzel, you're not going to believe this. Denzel, you're not going to believe this. Nectar. Oh, can we open this through nectar instead? This is heart. I don't think we have any nectar beverage, actually. Oh, and that's nectar too, right there. So we can give him a health aspect, rain, and a sip of the dandelion wine, and do it that way. All right, let's do that. That sounds good to me. No, Denzel. I will exalt you with the weather. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this, Denzel. You're gonna love it. Maybe RB, don't open any portals into Eldritch Timelines while I'm gone. Of course not, of course not. Never. I would never do that. Okay, he's got 2 nectar now. We're gonna collaborate with our health to give him another 1 aspect. Oh, an actual library. Here we go. This looks like an actual desk. Oh, not an actual desk, but another desk. The reading room. Lantern, moon, and sky. The book wheel is a DeWolf heirloom, a gift to Eva DeWolf from her admirer, the adept Franklin Bancroft. The desk and lectern are much more recent. Steel plaques on both read, to Johannes Van Loren, in gratitude for his assistance in the closing of the Winding Stair. E. Abney Hastings, Nocturnal Secretary, 1928. Veiled Goddess Lapsang Souchon. That's beautiful. That boost. That's Forge boost right there. Okay, everything's kind of coming together now. There are so many fucking books to read here. I can't even begin to read all these. What are you talking about? Reeking chamber. The room reeks like a rotting reptile. The curtains ripple relentlessly with the watchful presences that Van Loren left behind. Perhaps I can find someone to sing them to sleep. Good luck with that one. Nectar, the second floor. Right, okay. We're kind of unlocking the staircase piecemeal at the moment. He needs one more. No, two more. He needs the dandelion wine. Okay, we can grab the glass. Give him a nice snifter of that. And I think we start studying. Let's start ripping open these books. Wait, actually. What? Yes, I know. But what is... Solar. Catalog it to learn more. Studying requires effort. You'll always need a suitable soul card first. Okay, sure. This book was probably written around the Solar Gothic period between the 1000s and 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Alright, let's use all of our... Alright, I'm going to take a brief break. Going to get another cup of tea going. Probably my last one for the evening. Non-caffeine this time. Yeah. Alright, we'll be right back. Damn cold in here. Damn cold. It's only 18 degrees outside. Oh, rather, it is 18 degrees outside. It feels colder than that in here. I might run the heater for a spell before bed. That sounds kind of nice. Commandments for the preservation of all that exists. Holy shit. Black Eli, Damascene matriarch of the Sisterhood of the Knot, was imprisoned by the Emperor Didas Julianus. She reportedly instructed that these secret doctrines be recorded in writing to preserve against their loss. Regrettably, the story goes, the Dias Julianus ordered that the work be entombed with her in an unmarked sepulchre. Christ Almighty. My words failed me tremendously in that moment. Well, having an actual library is really nice at this stage. It is night time, so I'm not going to try to... Grail. The Tripled Heart. Sacred poems composed in honor of the hours venerated by the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay, we've left some books over here, haven't we? Where did that last one go? Oh, it fell out to here. Yeah, this one we got no chance. Is there a marker that indicates that we've already read something? Or do I just have to keep track of that myself? I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Oh! Let's try that. Okay, alright. Now grab that book back. Now let's think. Grail. We can read that at the desk here. Need an aspect of 4 Grail. We don't have a lot of that at our disposal, but we could... Oh, it's written in a language we don't know. Kernowek Hanavik. Although... Oh, did the lady already leave? Shit. I think we finally got a book she'd be interested in. She left. Okay, we opened the second floor stairwell, and that is pretty unremarkable looking. Grand Ascent, 3rd floor. Well, we can actually open that ourselves. We don't need anything else. Us and Denzel, we can probably open these 2 ourselves tomorrow without us having to waste any time. Like, I can probably just try and scrape together a few shillings. Bancroft seems to have been... Yes, we've read this, but we get... Oh, okay. Every time we read this, we get the memory of foresight. Which is an odd thing to say. But we get foresight, which gives us 2 forge aspect. That's really good to know. Can I dream on a memory to keep it around for longer? No. Oh wait, I'm not actually in a bed, am I? Right. Did I allocate myself? Needs winter aspect, so I need to use my whist. Okay, fair enough. Hi, Sneaks. How are you doing? What's going on? This is called Book of Hours. It's a game about going slowly insane. Or quickly insane, in my case. Okay. Well, we finally reached fall. Okay, new day is dawning. Let's immediately grab Denzel, because he is going to be of great help to us today. We don't have any ink. Unless we found ink here? I don't think we did. Okay, let's... Where did that book go? Oh, it slid over here for some reason. Okay, we've got a lot of books to open and unravel. But... if we save our metal for Denzel, then we're good. And we can give him a cup of this tea to help us get through one of the harder doors. Yeah, this one will give him the cup of tea, and that'll be plenty. Because he starts with... What does he start with? The bass from your lovely voice vibrates my home. In a good way, right? I can only pray. A gale. 3 heart and sky aspect. Ooh. Ooh. Is there anything that we can glean from this? Grail. Damn it. Sky? Wait. Something here was 4 sky, wasn't it? That's 6 sky. Shit. I cannot catch a break here. Well, we do have so many books to unlock, though, so... Okay, so we'll grab Denzel. And we'll, infuse him with our metal. He'll be able to open one of the doors right away. And then we'll get him to work on the other one. Yeah, he can open this one right away. And then he'll be able to open the other one, but just not right this second. I kind of... Yeah, let's see if there's anyone that we can hire. But I think we're lucky enough that we can... we don't have to take this. If this person isn't of use to us, we'll be fine. We'll proceed without. Because we can just use Denzel a second time. I'm kind of scared to use any books. Because I have like limited stat cards right now. Oh my, our shape disappeared off the bottom there. Now yes, hello. So what you might have missed, BC, is that we unlocked this actual library that has like 20 books in it. That was our reward for breaching that place before. And this looks like a music room. Oh, that requires sky. 3 sky, in fact. But I don't think we have any stats. I don't think we have sky on any of our stats. We do have this astrolabe, so we do have 4 sky at our disposal. So if we find someone with sky as a skill set, we could maybe do that. Our course is fixed. And that course is you opening the 3rd floor staircase. My friend, my fine feathered friend. Although, aspect of heart, this could be opened with 6 heart instead. So that's 3 aspect of heart. I can get 1 from my health. No, I can get 2 from my core. We can get 5 heart right now. Yeah, okay. And then whenever we reread that one book, we get a memory with Forge in it. So if I read that one book, and I use pyroglyphics, that's an aspect of 4. Where did I leave it? Here it is. I think we try this. But is tonight the right... I'm being pulled every which way. My little heart. Do we have anything that boosts heart? With core, we can get 5 heart onto Denzel or any visiting guest. An offer from Oriflames. Oriflames, established 1776. This is the occult bookshop from Cultist Simulator. Sense, Signs, Sciences. Dear librarian, I'd like to offer you this opportunity to purchase 7 Faces of Icarus. I'd love to, but I don't have the money that you want. I don't have the kind of money they're after. When do I get money? Do I have to prove myself first before they're willing to help me out? Although... Right, I need one with metal. Metal? A forge aspect. Out of luck. Darn. Actually, the edge will work, won't it? Okay, so we can put the book here. Metal. Right? Okay, that's 2 right there. So in theory, if I then use the memory that I can get from this book. This book is about to be my new best friend. I'm gonna put this scary heart juice away for now. You just sit up there. Thanks, buddy. How's opening the staircase going? Great? Okay, fantastic. And who else is here? A surrealist painter. A painter has come to Cornwall for the famous light of the region's afternoons. She provides grail, moth, and rose. Do we hire her? Grail, moth, and rose. She could help us open the neglected room. Wait a damn minute. The neglected room. Anything else? The reeking chamber. That's going to be harder. We could do that with her right now. Okay, okay. That's the play. That's the play. 1 floor into her. And then... Can we get 3 rooms in one day, or is that crazy? No, she's Grail, not Heart, you fool. She's Grail. She's Grail, not Heart. How could you confuse the two? They look nothing alike. Damn it. But she can still help open the neglected room. Okay, that could have been nasty, but no, she... Yeah, we can just... Well, what do we give her for Grail? Is there a single beverage here that offers Grail? That's Heart. This is a lot of Grail. Or can I give her my... Yes, I can give her my core. I feel like I'm fucking everything up. What else is there? Do I have a beverage in the library that can do it? Hound's Goal. We've got ink. Books written in Hound's Goal ink are more likely to return to their owner, or one to whom they've been legitimately sold. An ink of containment. This is Forge. Okay, well... The Reeking Room, that's quite tough. I'm willing to use my core to make that happen. No, that's fucking Heart. Well, I can't. They're the same color. They're the same color. Okay. The aspect of Heart. I need one more aspect of Heart. I'm gonna use the Gale with her. No. The Gale is Heart, not Grail, Flick. She doesn't have Heart. She can't help you with the Heart. Back off. Stop thinking about Heart. She can't help you there. Stop asking yourself if she can help. She can't. She can't, okay? She can help here and here alone. And with that, you need to use your core. Okay, that's fine. She'll open the neglected room for us, and that's amazing. That's incredible. There was no need to stress. There was absolutely no need to stress as much as it has been. My god. I'm still curious about advancing. Yeah, I don't want a recipe though. I want to. How does it phrase? Open air. It's here. Evolve via illumination. I could use illumination with this to evolve my soul. Once you've committed a skill to the illumination wisdom, you can use that skill with this. Ah. So it'd have to be hieroglyphics or a new skill that I get that I assign to the next one. And hieroglyphics doesn't work with this one. Doesn't have the right aspect, so I can't use it here. Okay, so I need a skill that I can allocate to illumination that has edge, scale, heart, or winter. I understand. Okay. He opened the Grand Ascent 3rd floor. The shadowed atrium requires a lot of lantern. The spoiled laboratory requires 6 forge. I think we can achieve that. I think we can achieve that with Denzel. But not right now. God damn it. Okay. This we can achieve. Yep, we're gonna also open this tonight. We're gonna open 3 rooms in one day, which is a bit crazy to be honest. I need you back, Denzel. I need you back. I need you back right away, Denzel. Denzel, please, Denzel, please. Okay, so she now has 5 grail. We'll put her to work opening the neglected room. The room above might once have been some sort of lounge, but the furniture equipment has been smashed and overturned. The walls are streaked with mildew and unlovely smell wafts from further up. Sure. This room smells like a rotting reptile. It's very specific. It is indeed, isn't it? We're not using this heart for anything, are we? We were gonna try. It's just not in the cards, is it? Although the 3 blue... If we had a single stat that gave us sky, we'd be good. We'd be using Gale to unlock one of these books, wouldn't we? To unlock this one, probably. So we can get 4. Oh my god. Alright, Denzel. Gonna boost his forge, and then we're gonna get him to drink the cup of tea. That'll get him to where he needs to be. Perfect. Did you pick up the librarian game? I did indeed. That's actually what I'm probably going to play to wind down with, actually, after this. I'm doing a no magic run at the moment. A nice drop. Alright, with that, we'll be able to unlock our 3rd room of the day. 3 in one day is pretty crazy. What is happening? People are frying stuff up in the frying pan. I see. Alright, you know what? 6 forge. 6 forge? That's enough for the laboratory. Well, let's use the greater aspect one, right? Unlock the laboratory. This was an alchemist's workshop and a picture gallery. The pictures have been flung down, the vessels are returned, the solvents and reagents spilt. It'll be time-consuming and dangerous to repair. And Denzel and I must have been really good buddies, considering how much he's helping me out here. Well, ran out of time on that one. And the rest of it is just gonna be trying to earn a couple of shillings. Getting entrenched with the locals. Oh, heavens. The Flood Gallery. Thurza Blake, 7th librarian of the house, extended the space, decorating with semi-precious materials and filling it with the finest art Hush House's money could buy. Of course, after her enthusiasms brought the house to the brink of penury, much of it had to be sold off. Stargold ink. An ink traditionally, but only rarely, made with meteoric iron, a minor ink of power. Interesting. I'm going to put my journal here, next to the one book we managed to read. And I'm going to put the writing case above as well. The doll stays with me. I'm actually going to write with the Hound's Gold ink and order dripping. Wait, what? Order copper one. Oh, I can choose what to order. Ham. Ham, eh? Evening Isles coffee, lapsang tea, umbrous oil, scintillate oil. Butter, potatoes, milk, flour, dripping. What is dripping? I don't know what any of this is. Evening Isles coffee, glue, ham. I don't know what ham does for me. Ham? Order a can of ham. Am I paying money for this? Do I have to, like, invest money into this to get it? Order ham. And then I post it, presumably, right? Provide money equal to the cost. And then I get a ham. The postmistress signs and seals the order. Places it in the place that stamped orders are properly placed. Wait 3 days, she commands. Okay. Guess I'll use my whist to try to help with letters and get a shilling back. I am deep in the throes of poverty at present. I guess we could have used some of that time to read these books. Does this game have linear progressions, or is each playthrough different? Well, all the books are randomized to my knowledge, so the means with which you can breach through things. We also have a specific background, which is actually in the journal. This is the specific backstory we ended up choosing, the Horn Journal. I laid so many of those uncanny things to rest, I thought it was right. I fear it is now not. I am the librarian of Hush House, and here I shall ensure they'll be remembered. The executioner's dearest wish, when they came to the house, was to record a new history which will atone for their crimes. You can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the preservation wisdom. I should have paid more fucking attention to that. God damn. I see. That's what that means. That might explain a few of our difficulties, maybe. I feel like I read Preservation of Wisdom before I absorbed what it would mean or entail. But look at all this stuff. Armagnac D. Armagnac can only come from Gascony, but if you believe M. Corentin, his vineyard began with vine cuttings from beyond the sea. 2 aspect of moon. The foundlings, a pair of human eyes peer from darkness in a tangle of roots. Oh, 2 books. Okay, this painting is irrelevant apparently. A sacrifice. Is that Christopher Illipilli? I feel like it is, but it could be wrong. A silent crowd watches a robed priest drown a struggling victim in a bowl of rainbowed oil. Leaves in the wind. The boy prays. We've seen this painting a few times. Eva de Wolf. This is the crystal called scholasite, the wormstone, polished to chill smoothness. The ink. The bottle. Lord Monday. A well-dressed, middle-aged gentleman with receding hair and a clear expression of astonished delight. Dr. Serena Blackwood. No one is in the picture, only an empty garden. As above, so below. A framed picture of illustrated vellum. Up close, the colors dazzle and puzzle. Glory's gift. A human figure silhouetted against a blazing sun. Portrait of a behatted lady. The more prominent the headgear, the closer to the glory. Sure. Departure. Here Valentine has painted gulls migrating across a darkening sea. Alchemist's glassware. We can make something. Ooh. Oh, okay. All right. All of these ingredients. Let's move the books down to the library where we can actually start to pick them apart. We might need to have it like an entire day of just reading books and working for shillings. Okay, what is this? Lady Tryphon, a very old portrait in the Byzantine style. Ambergris chunk. Never, never, never call it whale vomit. Solomon's preparation. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep, to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January 1838, a heavy snow fell upon Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. An aspect of forewinter. Quartz chunk. Turpentine. An odorous eraser of errors. Xanthotic essence. The rich gold of a summer afternoon if sunlight precedes moonlight, Saint Anselm observed. The manuscript must precede the madrigad. That is cultist simulator language. I recognize those words, and the light that was lost will remain. Wolf snow ampule. Far too cold to melt in anything but the hottest noonday sun. It will very gradually consume human flesh. Perniculate, or perenculate. Serpent-styled glass. Carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads, "To the librarian Gervinus in earnest of our wager." Ruby Rise Ruin. We got more of this. An uncatalogued book. Sacrament Malachite. Back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the rites of the Ringu, the hour which has also been called the Malachite. A beverage of 6 nectar, damn. Sacrament Calcite. Back in the Dawn period, the Sisterhood of the Triple Knot used this in the rites of the Red Grail. And the same here, but for the rites of the Horned Axe. 6 knock. Ooh. An aspect of 6 knock. We could read a book of 8. Oh. Did we open this? The Patient's Lounge? I guess we did. Hello? In this room, the accursed of the Great War gathered to recuperate, those who had suffered something no more horrible, but somewhat more mysterious than the war's usual wounds to body and spirit. An eruption of worms, perhaps. Or the risks of the military and the Suppression Bureau activities. Among them were minor luminaries of the invisible world. Christopher Illapolly, Zachary Wakefield, Harvey Haddington, but not Brian Levinson, who had been ninth librarian, and under whose tenure the infirmary had flourished. He enlisted. He served for a time as a medical officer on the Western Front. His body was never found. Some more tea here. The projector. Governor Collars had this installed in the 20s as a treat for the prisoners allowed to recover in the infirmary. Or so he said. Rumor had it he was a secret Keaton fan, and didn't want to motor all the way up to Exeter to see the latest feature. Lacquered bone chess set. Born of battles. And an uncatalogued book. We can make something here, but what? Why does behatted mean with hat, but beheaded means without head? A fantastic question. For a man more clever than I. We could just start ripping open books and seeing if there's anything that we can actually understand. That's probably not a bad choice for the day. We can use our... Can I use my metal? I can. Alright, let's just do that. I probably should have waited to see what the weather was today, because that might inform things. Clouds, not very useful. So, okay, I think I'm good with this choice. Let's just keep the clock running there. So we'll keep earning a little bit of money on the side so we can think about recruiting another person. But in the meanwhile, we're voraciously ripping open every book that we can find. And trying to see if there's anything there that we can actually read. We're looking for forge aspects or edge aspects, basically. That's like... Well, shit. I guess we don't have... Oh, we have this. Yes, edge aspect or forge. Moth. The Rose of Hypatia. A volume of collected teachings of the Sisterhood of the Knot, the arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories, but in some ways was very powerful indeed. This is recorded by Hypatia and dedicated to Saint Nympha. Observations on the Peacock Door. That's one of the doors of the Mansus. Ninagala of Lagash discusses the Peacock Door, the highest door available to all mortals in the Mansus. A rent, an imperfection, an abrasion. We're just spending the whole day. Spending the whole day reading books. in the vain hopes that something here is useful to us. A Curia period book, The Encircling Tantra. The explorer and oh my god. The explorer and entrepreneur T. Everett Duplantis once attempted to plunder the temple where this text was held. His fate is recorded in an appendix. Scale. I've got no clue how to even begin approaching that one. Now I have an idea of the book's nature, my deeds, my powers, my achievements, and the injustices perpetrated against me. A diatribe by Hokebald of Pothind. Oh, we actually met this guy. Formerly of the Order of Immortals called the House of Leth. Later the Ordo Limiae. Much later the Obliviates. He has scores to settle. I bet. Okay, I think if we find any Forge books, I'll be able to read them. I think... Forge 10? How much can I get? 2 from my metal. 2 from my pyroglyphics. And maybe like 2 more from a memory. So I need I need Forge 4 or Forge 6. And I'll be able to read it. I'm pretty sure. I can probably read this by using either the doll or like by yeah, I think the doll would let us read this, if nothing else. Okay, I think reading is the right play. That's all the books, right? There's just like teapots scattered everywhere. How do I even keep track of all this? How do I keep track of all these dubious pots of tea? Where do I put them all? I guess this tincture can go into the alchemy room, right? This seems reasonable. Like that should also go there, right? The Azure Sky ink. Okay. Another scale, Singlefoot songs. Father Stanislav John Schola, priest and diplomat, writes of his times on the slopes of Huashan, near to the grove of the green immortals, but never too near. Another sixpence. I'm going to use my last ability score for the day to read another book, though, I think. There's so many books to read here. God damn. The Incandescent Tantra. Michael Blockley, the eccentric iron magnate, was fond of quoting from this tantra. Blockley died in a factory fire. Written in Sanskrit. A scroll. 8 forge. I mean, we could almost do that. If I could upgrade this, my god, I'm just stuck. I'm just hopelessly stuck. The Radical Measure, glossed. The original Radical Measures was a manifesto for experimental poetry with occult property, written in the 19th century by Dr. Aaron Peel. The original is notoriously incoherent. Much later, Christopher Illipoli took on the task of editing and glossing it. He's taken some liberties, but the updated version is generally well regarded. The pyroglyphics is so close to being what I need, but not quite. And we could use resources to recover our ability scores, but I don't see any particular reason to. There's no time crunch at present. One aspect of heart from the butter. Alright, depending on what the weather is. If the weather is similarly uninspiring, then we will be uninspired. What do you got today? A storm. Thunder roaring, lightning lashed skies. We could maybe open the reeking chamber. We could definitely open the ruinous hole. We could do it without spending anything. Silvered snares. The mirrors in this room teem with watchful spirits and perilous reflection. They can be mollified and banished, but only a fool would attempt a solitary exorcism of a room where all the haunts are doubled. Motley Tower, the first floor. The door jams half open, but the room above is a bright oasis after the dreary neglect of the lower tower. The previous occupant has probably left some sort of protections in place. I'll find somebody suitably qualified to deal with them. Hey, Denzel! Denzel, my guy! Yeah. Yeah, we'll take advantage of the storm card to get one of these doors open. We could open the gloomy room. The window of this room is coated thickly with black paint. A little light seeps through. Otherwise, the room is dark. Very faintly, I can still smell rotting meat. Being able to climb the tower a little bit suits me better. Let's exalt him with the memory of the storm. Or, wait. Aspect of heart. Yeah, we need like the intro books. We need like the easy books. You know? Grail. If this was written in a language we could read, it would be certainly something. Okay. Talk about the weather. Sure will. Meanwhile, arcane circles and you. Yeah, I need the one for dummies. You know? I think I can feed you the butter. He doesn't want the butter? You don't want just the plate of butter? Here, have this aisle water. Drink this water. Against the sisterhood of the knot and the foulness of their depraved customs, Hieronymus Pseudo... What the fuck? Hieronymus Pseudo Hypnerotimachus wrote this furious screed about the sinister influence of the sisterhood of the knot on his own church of the unconquered sun. Pretty sure the sun is famously conquered in this setting. Six sky. Down to the Gashans. Oh, down to the dregs. Grushans, I see. Unlock the tower for me, my boy. My lad. My main guy. You the best. No. You the best. Alright. Let's get the purples out of the way. You open that quick, shit. More books. An urn of ashes remains. Some poor soul who probably wouldn't mind if they were repurposed for a worthy experiment. I probably wouldn't. Twilight pot, a stylized bat, grimaces gleefully on the surface. Herbiate. Binds to the one whose name is there written, a minor ink of power. Requires 6 heart to open the next level. A Motley's Tower, Illipolly's Nook. Christopher Illipolly, poet, painter, archivist, ruiner of seances, stayed on for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The librarian, Serena Blackwood, arranged rooms for Illipolly in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so he could help with the collection, but perhaps also because she saw a potential ally against the governor of the Cucurbit. Relations between the Cucurbit and the house were badly strained at the time. I bet. Barber's chair. Ooh, scary. Evolved fire preservation. I could use preservation with this to evolve my soul. Noted. To hear those voices. A Levinson prefigure, a copy of a painting that would not be committed to canvas by the real artist for 20 years. A prefigure. Sedona, not yet. One of Dr. Levinson's prefigures, an impossible copy of a painting the real artist has not yet executed. He signed it with the illumination mark and dated it 1958. I'm pretty sure we're currently in 1923 or something. Wait, is that right? I think that's right. I think we're in like the 20s or the 30s. Again at night. One of his prefigures, a close and impossible copy of a painting made 20 years later by Kirchner, whose work Levinson often anticipated in his mirror dreams. It's a decent copy of a Picasso, painted 20 years before Picasso painted the original. Brian Levinson up to his tricks again. Red Blue, a decent copy of a Picasso, 20 years before he painted the original. This guy's out of control. Okay, 6 more books. Another office. Motley Tower, the 2nd floor. 6 Heart. It's definitely getting tougher. Definitely getting tougher. Smoking room. Yeah, I bet. Well, trying to catalog all these books is a necessity, regardless. So continuing to dig our way through them is not bad in and of itself. Even if it does feel a bit like wear. Like spinning our wheels. The Open Head. Albiskov's hallucinatory quasi-documentary, notionally about the Greco-Turkish War of the previous decade. A reel of film. And you thought books were flammable. Okay, so that's what we use this for. The reel of film here. Six rows, just verse. A rare surviving copy of Christopher Illipoli's notoriously unsuccessful volume of experimental poetry, published in 1912. It do be like that sometimes, my guy. It do be like that. I'm trying my best here. Okay. It's just been a day of reading. A delivery! Yay! Our delivery of ham! Ham! At last! Wrapped in the King. Detailed accounts of secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while it is feasting. Fornock! Traveling at Night, Volume 3. The Annotated Dream Journals of Christopher Illipoli, sometimes called the Unreadable Occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. Okay. Shit, we still can't read it. We still need... What am I missing? I need a knock aspect. Surgeries and exsanguinations is knock, actually. Is there a desk with knock? Of course this isn't a knock. Of course it isn't. Why would it be? Why would I be so fucking blessed and lucky? Why would I ever have anything? Why would I ever be so bold as to assume that I might have a single fucking thing? Stupid of me, frankly. And downright foolish. You know, it's occurred to me. Alright, well, that's the whole day's energy. Just tearing open books in the hopes that something will be something I can read. The Beekeeper's Ends. Dialogues with bees and uses for honey. As erratically recorded by Ricardo Milagro, gardener of Hush House in Musgrave's time. That's so. Oh, it's got a picture of a bee on it. It's got a picture of a bee on it. 108. Eva Derwolf discourses on the fifth history, in particular on those who are said to have passed over from it. The great hooded princes, the Nock Long who ascended under the mother of ants, but now, or so Eva claims, honors the horned axe. Okay. I have no fucking idea what this game is about. Yeah? Flicker, always full with lamentations. Only a moment ago, so happy to get ham. Now complaining about his desk. Gonna go make my sleep cocoa. I'll bring my headphones with me in case he decides to want to curse at me. No, you're fine. I'll let you live. I'll let you live. I'll let you live this time. Alright. I think we found more books up here, didn't we? Yeah. Jesus Christ. Just when I thought we were getting through them. I mean, I guess I should be happy. Every single one of these is a potential unlock, right? So I guess I shouldn't be. I should count my blessings. Count my blessings instead of my books. Guess my books are my blessings. No way. Fraser Strathcoin. The bust is shaped from beeswax. Careful with it. Huh. Motley Tower, 2nd floor. A nasty theoplasmic miasma hangs around the room above. It's no longer strong, but it'll take years to dissipate to the point of safety. With the right help, I could raise counter-influences. What is the right help, pray tell? Prithee, prithee. Prithee, prithee, pray tell. Oh, God. We have these books too. 6 Forge? Can I do 6 Forge? With the right memory? And this... I think I could. I think I could read this. I think this might be one of the only books I have a chance to read at the moment. Thoughts on cheese? I love cheese. Cheese is great. I wish I had cheese right now. God, I could go for some cheese. God, I'd love that. I'd love to have some cheese right now. That'd be incredible. Okay. Here's how it works. We take the Bancroft Diaries. We reread the Bancroft Diaries. As we're rereading the Bancroft Diaries. Fog? Aspect of triple knock. Dude, I could freaking read a knock thing with that right now. I could do that. I could read the first Traveling at Night. No one panic. Everyone stay perfectly calm. I can't remember. Does this have the aspect of knock, or does this? It doesn't, but it's not important. I can probably read it without the desk. I probably don't need the desk. Okay. We get a memory of foresight, which is forge and lantern. Great, fantastic. Okay. Knock. Fog. Shaped. I'm a match for this book. Enough knock to match mystery knock. Fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. And this is 6 Forge. With the memory of foresight, with my own metal, and with the pyroglyphics, I can read that too. But I don't think these desks have forge. I think that's the problem. We'll see if we can. We'll see if we can without a desk. I don't know if I can apply skills without a desk. But hey, we just got the knock, and that's something. I just had a few slices of Havarti, and it was divine. That sounds incredible. That sounds really good right now. The wood lies outside the walls of the Mansus. As any student of the histories knows, the Mansus has no walls. God damn. Part of me wants to play Cultist Simulator for like 10 minutes so I can show BC the vibe of that game real quick. Illipoli describes how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love. But I did find a secret that helped. A memory of impulse. Lessons in the edict. In the edict's liminal. Knocklore. Holy Moses. Is the two moth. Does that help me with anything? I don't think we have any like low-level moth books, do we? Okay, let's try this. I have to wait for this actually. Edict's liminal. Another leaf on the tree of wisdoms. We are now a practitioner of the Edict's liminal. There's only one slot it can go into. Fair enough. And that is Scholarcosophy, of course. Which would give me Arab, a new fragment of the soul. Yeah, that's the good shit. Okay. There is a prophecy of a glorious city that mortals could raise, but the hours the Chancellor have decreed it will not exist. The decrees of the Chancellor are not defied, but now and then they've been circumvented, and we might conceive that city with walls of shining scholarsight could be raised nowhere, in the darkness below dreams. This would be Scholarcosophy. Scholarcosophy. Scholarcosophy, of course. Scholarcosophy, of course. At this time of night? In this part of the country? Of course. Arab. Another aspect of edge. Well, we're not the master of an art. We're definitely like a tier 1 rookie of that art, but we have it. And it's actually pretty huge because we have now we have two. We've got 2 moth to add to people and ourselves. Wait, no. 2 moth to add to any book we try to read. Okay, let's try this. The Journal of Walter de Wolf. Consider it. Use pyroglyphics. Tap into your metal. And use the memory of foresight. I fucking... Yes! The kindled flame. I can master this mystery. Yes! Yes! Fuck yeah. Okay. Let's go do some work over here. That's fine. That's fine. And let's read a book. Let's unravel a book while we're here. What do we got? The High Traditions of the Noble Endeavor, a blandly positive work on the Endeavor Club, published by the Endeavor Club. The club was founded in 1862, but claims to draw from much older traditions. I'll be able to read that one. Wow, we actually successfully read this. Goes into my successfully read pile. I'm gonna put the doll here. You're my best friend. My only friend. Let's try and get rid of all the pink ones. What do you got for me, book? Walter, though nominally siding with the parliamentarians, manages to stay out of the war. But in 1642, his son Brian runs away on the night of his 16th birthday and joins the royalist army. He is captured and returned to his father, who pleads for mercy and gives his parole for his son's good behavior. Colors in the Liver. Il Biscoff's most controversial film, blamed for outbreaks of cannibalistic killings in Tiflis and Leipzig. Okay, well Well, while we're reading that book, we'll also travel up here and slot this away into the film reels. Tell me the truth. Go on, show me something. Teach me something I don't know. A fragile manuscript of the Geminiad, illuminated with twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language, Fusine, is much older. The cover is tooled goatskin decorated with garnet. We got a sixpence. I forgot I was doing this. Yeah, let's get a coin if we can. And read one more book. One more book. We cannot. Okay, can we use a different desk? Something that can take Arab? Edge. That'll do. Hopefully it's all restored in the morning. In 1648, Brian runs away again to join a royalist uprising. Walter writes of news that Brian has been seen in the field of battle at Gear Camp, but that his fate is yet unknown. Walter writes one last entry about his fear for his son and the future of his family. There the journal ends. The extensive account of Walter's collaboration with the architect Gregory Wheelock includes incredibly useful esoteric information. Hieroglyphics. Lessons of Door and Wall. Memories of Foresight. Where'd that other hieroglyphics go? Oh wait, no, I used hieroglyphics to read it. That's what happened. Lessons in Door and Wall. I need to open my ham. I forgot to open my ham. The Fire Circle Tantra. The one known extant copy of this in Western Europe was stolen from the British Library in 1892. One Harvey Haddington confessed to the crime and claimed to have eaten it with butter and garlic in a moment of ungovernable whimsy. Excellent. Let's put that in the scroll corner. Sunny. Oh, sunny, sunny days. Principles of knock to the second order. Ooh. Ooh. We can read anything of Power 4 knock now. We can read both of these books. Oh my god. We can read both of these books. Can you believe it? Also maybe read this. I'm going to make this a little pile of books we can read fairly easily. Yeah, ones on the far left are going to be ones I can read because I think I'm going to leave this game where it is for now. These are ones that we've read, the ones directly above. I reckon we can figure out how to read this. Although I guess we only get one edge from this. We get 3 edge from Sickle and Eclipse, and then 1 from one of our stats. Ah, okay. We're gonna need something more, in fact. So we can't read these yet. I'll put this in the pile over here then. Where did that go? Oh, there it is. That scared me. 6 sky. Nope, not today. Interesting. One more day of just tearing open books would make me feel satisfied. 4 sky. Four sky to open up. 6, as in 4 more. I need 6 total. Alternatively, we could open the smoking room with 5 lantern. We can get 3 lantern onto Denzel. 4 if we add a tool. Is there a beverage we can give him just to tip him over the edge? Yep, this flush Assam. That'll do it. Well, let's do that. So we'll recruit him, and we're going to start tearing apart books. Also going to open our ham. Our delicious, delicious ham. Current affairs. An invitation from TR Unlimited. A short catalogue, neatly printed on paper of creamy smoothness from TR Unlimited. A compliment slip advises me that they've reserved a space for me in their client list. Huh. That's another shop of sorts. While we're here, reading the book. Yeah, let's unpack all the books before we start reading. Let's just try and knock a bunch of these out. Catering Hero, we got our canned ham, which gives 2 heart. Beautiful. Beautiful. Incredible. Blacksmith's assistance. We've nearly been here for a year now, haven't we? Did we start in spring or did we start in summer? I can't recall. Two lantern. 2 edge. 5 lantern would get us into the Shadowed Atrium, huh? Or 6 heart. That's out of reach for now. 5 edge. A little closer, but still no cigar, sir. 2 and 2. This cup is 1 lantern. Wait, so I can get... Wait, what did I say? I can give him whist for +1. It'll be 4 lantern, won't it? +1 from my whist. +2 from the weather. And how much do we need? 5. I think I've miscalculated this. I think I've miscalculated this indeed. Gonna get 2 from this, doesn't he? He needs 2. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm missing 1. Oh, I can give him the tool. That's what it is. Man, I just love the esoteric. The esoteric writing in this game. Yeah, me too. Madame Olympe Bechet. Essayist, illustrator, critic, editor of the Kersham Review. She wants to talk about the Invisible Opera. What are your interests? Try a book with as much moth mystery as their moth interest. I think I can actually do this one. Finally. My visitor cannot read Sabazine. This text is unused them. Well, I'm fucking sorry. I guess I'm a moron then, huh? Guess I'm a fool. She can't read Sanskrit. Well, fuck me dead, lady. You a scholar of the invisible arts or an illiterate buffoon? Pretty sure that's all I had for you, so I guess that's my bad. Operations of a certain finality. Subtitled The Hammer's Sundering, the work of an anonymous adept who violently despised the invisible Serapeum, the library of the Watchman's Tree in Alexandria. By their marks shall ye know them. A monster hunting initiate of the hour named the Colonel, who identifies herself as Little Sophia, provides advice in finding the weak spots of Long. Long being cultists that have successfully made themselves functionally immortal by bringing themselves under the aspect of an hour. Okay. Okay. Oh. Got this book in my possession still. Ripsh. Alright, tear this open. Oh, so that was a waste of time, and now it's going to take me ages to be able to talk to Denzel, so we might miss out on that one room. This is moth lore. Is it written in a weird language? It's not. Okay, I can give this to her. Kittling ripe in the moldy rap's grave, Christ, and other stories. A lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. Lady, you're in fucking luck. I found a few things. Perhaps they'll be enough. Everything failed until it succeeds, does it not, librarian? Thank you. No, thank you, Christ. Olymp's card. Use this at a desk with your writing case to make note of the address. Bronze Spintrier. Occult treasures are purchased with a cult coin, Spintrier. Bronze Spintrier usually display the act of shaping on the reverse side. Ductile. Take this to a workbench to render it into wire. Incredible. Okay, we're gonna wreath him in the memory. This one piece of ham that I have. I know it's built off cards, but just the money was in a bag, UI or something. Yeah. Yeah, me too. Put the ham on the shelf. 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 Alright. Yeah, it's awesome and everything. Yeah, that's cool as hell. Drink this tea. Drink it quick. Quick. Drink it. Quick. Get on all the time. Drink it. Drink. Alright, and we're going to try to read, well, open a few more books. We're pretty close to having them all open, actually. All the ones that we have so far, anyway. And then we're going to hand him the... what's it called? Mirror scope. And then we're going to immediately be like, okay, great. Open this now. The Locksmith's Dream in Cursus, the fifth and final volume of Teresa Galmier's notorious work, which begins as an examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans, but becomes an account of her own occult journey. This volume was apparently never published, nor allegedly even written. Yet, here it is. Glimmerings, an anonymous prison diary written by a dreamer convicted of oneric irresponsibility and confined to the cucurbit. For those of you that don't know, oneric means dreaming. So, a dreamer convicted of dreaming irresponsibly, basically. Probably could have context clued, of course, but, you know. Okay, he's got the mirror scope. He now has 6 lantern? 1? No, 5. Alright, good. Okay, I can either unlock the shadowed atrium. Or I can unlock the smoking room. Let's do the smoking room. Beautiful. How dare? How dare? How dare I? How dare I? What is this? A novel method for invocation and contrition. Ingenious and rather beautiful techniques for entreating the names of the hours. Developed by Rory Morrow, who styled himself the Sage Knight. A knight of all sages. It's getting a little messy over here, huh? Is there anything in the realm that I might be able to read? Lantern. This is a lantern lore that I might be able to do. 10 is in the realm of possibility. Just dragging these over here so I can see them a little more clearly. Unlabeled. Wait. Oh, I can label them? Doesn't really help me. All right. Fair enough. We could. Oh ho, a smoking room with books. I cannot outrun the books. There are more books than I have brains. This is the painting of the Mansus. This is from Culture Simulator. The Mansus, there have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is the best known. It's signed and dated. If it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. Cranial Chotki. We all of us come to this condition in the end, but not all of us are fortunate enough to be lovingly buffed and fixed carefully to a stylish wooden stand. Ashatine. Lies written in Ashatine tend to fade or be misspelt. It's legible in the dark, an ink of revelation. Okay. A bunch more books for the Liber. I'm glad that we actually found a library to work from in the end. This is a little easier. My god. I think that's probably where I'm going to leave this game for the night. I do plan on the subathon tomorrow. So there's probably something to be said about finding myself to bed for a very early night. And I am pretty tired, so that shouldn't be too tough. So I'm going to keep it paused, but there's one thing I wanted to check, which is that we have all these busts. We can move these busts. And then we have the slots here on the staircase of where the different busts live. Like this says, this would be the 12th librarian of the Curie of the Isle. This would, of course, be me. I could use whatever I want as my image. Bottle. I wonder, so look, maybe a painting. Ooh, fourth librarian of the Curie of the Isle, a niche with a plaque, who died not, but passed within. Was that not written on this? The cross died not, but passed within. Who was denied victory, though never defeated. The fifth librarian. Musgrave the Wolf. So there's barons and then there's librarians. Hendrik de Wolf, first Baron of Barenkrug, known for his pious, merciless justice, granted the Isle in 1536. So he's the first Baron of Barenkrug. Valentine de Wolf, sixth Baron of Barenkrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends. Be center, my child. Lady de Braus, sometimes known affectionately as the first Ava, Lady de Braus never visited the island. It was her generous endowment that allowed the abbey to thrive and grow in the 13th century. Lady Rowena, sister, priestess, oracle, queen, a very old image from the Dawn period. Abbot Geoffrey. It was Abbot Geoffrey who gave Nathan of Regensburg sanctuary here and decreed the building of the Barber's Tower where Nathan and his family could dwell. Abbot Thomas, speech, the first sword. Now there's little bits and pieces scattered around, I think, that help indicate who goes where. Serena Blackwood. I think she was the most... She's the 11th. I think we know that. She's the one that precedes us. 13th Librarian of the Curie of the Isle. If I have a successor, their image might stand here. So I think she's the 11th. In the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built a tower to protect St. Brendan's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf. Okay, yeah. The Very Reverend Solomon Husher became the third librarian of the Curie of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters, so I need a portrait or a bust of Solomon Husher. Walter de Wolf. Well, you would be one of the barons, surely, right? Third librarian. I have certainly not found... The foundation of the sun. Long ago in this country, one did not build a church without first sacrificing a white bull to the sun in rags. Solomon Husher brought this tapestry with him from, well, wherever it was that Solomon came from. I wonder... He wasn't like known by a different name, was he? The Sister and the Witch, the Velvet, the Thunderskin, the Witch and Sister. Eat more vegetables and do away with your medical troubles. Keep scurvy at bay. Fraser Strathcoyne. How do I get a gig writing lore for games like this, man? I'd fight you for it. That's certainly... I'd kill for this. Dr. Serena Blackwood. Obviously, we can't finish this puzzle, or even begin to finish this puzzle, because We got more books here that I didn't grab. Ambrose Westcott. Oh, Westcott was mentioned in a book or two. I wonder if the books themselves have information. Gallipoli. Lord Franklin Bancroft. Walter de Wolfe, the 3rd Baron of Brankrug. How's that? That was his journal that we read. Okay. Glimmerings. Geminiad. Kittling Ripe. Certain Finality. Just Verse. A Radical Measure. Hokabold. Eva de Wolf. Okay, I think that's all we've learned from the books, at least. The notorious Eva de Wolf, 1st and last Baroness Brankrug, liked this room, because this side of the house carried fewest memories of her poor father Valentine. So she could eavesdrop on the conversations of visitors waiting below, just because of how the pale light slanted through the windows in the last days of winter. So she was a Baroness. Does it say Baroness, or does it say... It probably says Baron, surely. 7th Baroness. Well, that's her. I believe. And we had her statuette, didn't we? I feel like I was just looking at it. Ava de Wolf. Was it her? Ava. 7th. The 7th Baroness Brankrug. Second librarian. 3rd librarian. Well, we've slotted some of them into place. I don't believe the abbots, because this is back when it was a monastery, this is before, so they're not, they wouldn't have those titles. And affectionately known as the First Ava, but she never visited the Isle, so she never held a position, I don't think. We should probably move these books over to the library at some point. Unless there's a reason I've kept them separate. I don't think so. I'm pretty intrigued as to why the underground room, or as to what the underground rooms might be. This is my 2nd time playing this, but the last time I played this was years ago. And I have forgotten everything. I've forgotten anything and everything. Yeah, I would have played it when like in the first month it came out in 2023. So it's been about 3 years since I've played it, and I have forgotten absolutely everything. You can struggle to solve puzzles. I can just worry about the aspects. I think the puzzle is more like how you like flex your stat allocation. That's kind of more so the kind of puzzle that. That's kind of more so the puzzle that that Cultist Simulator is too, which I'm gonna show you very briefly. I know the wind down game I want to play, but it is about 8. I think I should probably wrap up anyway. But I'm gonna show you Cultist Simulator for 2 seconds, because depending on where you're at, you might prefer one over the other. I think Book of Hours is more chill. Cultist Simulator is definitely more directly entrenched in the lore. I'm just gonna change. Whilst traveling at night. Oh. I'm gonna change this to Cultist Simulator for a second.